Hello, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me yet. Who's you there? Can everybody hear me? Hopefully you can. Welcome to our show. I'm not hearing you. Maybe it's just me. Okay, good. I always forget to mute my phone. Go figure. There we go. All taken care of.
I can walk on water, I can fly. I will keep on fighting till I die. I will never be afraid again. I will keep on fighting till the end.
So, anyways, it's been kind of an interesting week. Busy, to say the least. For me, anyways. I talked to Moose a few times this week. Hold up, guys. Technical difficulties. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Dropped my phone. It's always something, right? Hey, Bill. Welcome. Welcome, Nona. So, how was everybody's week? Hopefully it was good for everybody. I guess I'll just start talking. I finally received my business license and my tax ID number, so I'm officially a business now. And now all I have to do is wait for the snow to melt, which we just got like another 2 feet of it, so that'll always be fun, right? But I've been setting up accounts with a few different companies to order fish from for my store, and it's looking to go pretty smoothly. I didn't expect it to be this smooth. So all it is a bunch of paperwork, really. So not terrible. Hey, welcome, Nathan. Hey, thank you, Jeff, for tuning in. It's great to have you all with us. Moose said he would be with us shortly. He's just busy at the moment. Oh, well, I saw Moose's nostrils. Not his face, but his nostrils. That works. So now we've seen a piece of Moose. next time he has to show an ear, eventually we'll start putting his face together, and then eventually somebody will like connect all the little tiny pictures of him and make out what his face actually looks like. It'll be fun. Sorry, I was seeing where y'all could hear my music, and I was trying to make it to where it wouldn't show that it was making a sound through my video, but I can still listen, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to supply people with fish that they wouldn't normally have or naturally be able to get. But to start out, I think I am gonna have to sell what most people would have in their shops, and maybe 5 or 6 extra things that people wouldn't. I'm trying to go with some different types of African cichlids that people wouldn't usually have. I'm gonna keep it secret until I'm actually open as to what. And when I do open, I will take y'all around my shop to see everything that's going on and how I set up everything, and plumbing and filtration and so on and so forth. I know everybody's interested, and I'll probably walk you through it in some of my shorts and videos for my channel. So I hope to get a lot more, what's the word, not technical, but just a little bit more serious with how I do things. Instead of, I want to be fun, but I want to be serious about things too, because moving forward I have to be. But, I mean, I'm not going to change who I am personally. I'm me. I don't know how to be any different than me. So just a little bit more of a serious me, if that makes sense. How we doing, Moose? Hey, welcome, Chris. Thank you very much for tuning in. We're waiting on Moose here. I have a feeling he's setting something up still. So I am just almost there, he says. I will probably give a video of me emptying out all the antiques and everything and display cabinets of my garage. Show you all a cleanup and how I'm going to set up things. Also,
hello, fish fam. What's up?
Welcome, Moose.
Wow, neat. Look at that. 2 tanks at once. Call me Tommy 2 Tanks.
Yep. I tried 3 on one of my streams like a month ago.
How did that work for you? Actually, I think I remember that.
Really good.
Yeah, I like this. Oh, sweet. Nathan, what's up, dude? Jeff, happy to see you. Maybe you can come up and talk utilities. Chris, what's up, dude? Welcome. Bill, awesome crew so far. That's great. What's up, guys?
And that's no problems, Nathan. I'm not worried about it. Whenever you have the time, I understand things are busy.
So Nathan, is this the same Nathan? I think he had a birthday yesterday and got some really cool new lighting equipment to be making videos. Happy birthday. Ooh, maybe we'll look at the paludarium today. That'd be fun. Yeah, looking all right. Let's see.
Okay. Hey, welcome, Craig.
Craig, what's up, dude? Welcome, welcome. How'd the market go, Craig? Dusty, is that your music too?
Oh, can y'all actually hear it? Sorry about that.
Jamming.
I had it low enough to where it wasn't showing on my screen that it was, you know, it shows your voice when you're talking. And I did it that way to make sure that it wasn't coming through. Well, never mind.
So that's what you do during these streams, huh? You're just jamming out over there.
Yep.
Fun.
Right now I've got Nightcore going, if anybody listens to Nightcore.
Nightcore. Let's see. Man, I'm not liking that light, but yeah, Paludarium's fun. It's doing pretty well. The mites are back, but the fish have been eating them, and they're looking pretty nice.
That's good.
Oopa, there we go.
I did a whole fish room cleanup and refresh today. It was kind of interesting. Set up a new 75. It's only cloudy in the first like 6 inches at the top now, but that always happens when you first set them up.
Oh, totally, yeah. I like when the clouds are at the bottom. That's fun. Let's see. Maybe this one will show better. Yeah, I don't know why that lighting just doesn't work on here. We'll keep it to the coolie cam. So what's going on, everybody? How are your fish doing? Anybody got anything exciting going on in their fish room? Exciting for me, some of these guys, this guy, they came out of my aquaponic bin. This guy, so we got some new ones I'm gonna grow out in here. Keep an eye on them.
I'm debating what I want to put in the 75 that I just set up. If I'm going to throw my firemouth cichlids in there, or if I want to just put something completely different in there. But I think my babies, or my fry, should I say, need more room, other than a 30-gallon long.
That's cool. You kind of chopped out, so I only heard half of that. So I was like, can I respond? But I don't know if I heard babies.
Okay. I have firemouth cichlid fry that I'm trying to debate if I want to throw them in the 75-gallon aquarium or if I want to just get something completely new to the fish room for that.
Dude, how about what's going on with that tub? You got to wait, I guess, till this week to pick that up.
Yep. I have a 55-gallon tall bathtub that I found at like a home used goods store, and I'm at half full. What paperwork says is 55 gallons, so hopefully that means it's 100 and like some odd gallons. So I just got myself a breeding tub for whatever I want to throw in it. All I have to do is cap the hole at the bottom for the drain.
Yeah, totally. Damn, that's cool, man. Man, for me personally, I would say new fish because, I don't know, I just can't stop. What's up, Mexicali? Good to see you, dude. You can hop up here
Mexicali,
if you want.
Link should be a little bit up towards the top. Otherwise, I can post it again.
Bow, bow. I have to turn my other lights off. I want to get this glare out. Let's see. Womp, 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 womp. Sweet. That'll be all right. Yeah, man, I've been holding out. I really want to get into pseudomagills here. I want to take all the bettas out of this tank and put the pseudomagills in with these tiger limias and the coolie loaches and just, you know, pop in a bunch of water hyacinth instead of spawning mops. That's my goal when I can afford pseudomobils.
I like your tanks. Your tanks are very nice.
You talking to me or Nathan?
You.
Oh, me? Oh, that's sweet. Thanks, man. I like my tanks too. I mean, my goal is to have every tank be an aquascape, and also like have at least 2 species of fish spawning in there. That didn't work.
If I didn't say hi,
but
Craig, I'm sorry. Hi.
I think you said hi. I heard you say hi to Craig. That's how I
Okay.
knew.
I can't remember if I did or not.
Nate. Yeah, Nathan. I'm just getting back into the chat now. Nice trying a video out with the new light. I guess the best way is just like look at them all through the camera and see how they look. I don't really know anything else beyond that. But that's awesome. I would like a nice light that I could. Oh, your new cam looks great, Dusty. Oh wait, there it actually is. Cool.
Well, I'm saying it came with a ring light, but I don't know how to turn the ring light on.
That's pretty funny. It looks great.
I am not technologically advanced.
Yeah, I kind of am and I'm not. I don't even know.
Woo, there we go. I think I figured it out. That look any better?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Oh wow!
It looked pretty. It looked pretty good before.
Yeah, I like it this way.
Dude, I really like that big tank in the back with the caves in there. Those little pisto caves or whatever.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that looks great. Those fake plants look nice, you know? They're not like the cheesy, like fake color
You're
ones
talking
and stuff.
this tank, right?
The big, not Luna's tank, the other one.
This one.
I can't see you pointing. Oh, wait, I'm probably behind. There we go. Yep, that one.
Those aren't fake plants.
On the left? Or
yeah, all these
really
are real.
tall plant? Wow, what is that? That thing is huge. It looks too nice to be real.
I don't know what my plants are. I don't know the names of plants.
That thing looks great. Wow, that's huge. I was like, wow, with the shape on it too, and all the leaves look intact. I was like, it's got to be fake.
No, yeah, all of those are real. And then in this plant, in this tank, Luna's tank, everything is fake.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Let me try my light out. It's probably not going to do anything. Huh. I don't think that did anything. I got all the bluefin cadeids in here. I got one extremely gravid female. And I'm hoping she'll drop, and then I'll send them all to Mexicali if he wants them. Right here, this girl. Nice and plump. Oy vey. Yeah, this camera sucks, but it is what it is. It's better than looking at my face.
Cola.
What? Oh no, Nathan, the Anubias is in my tank, Nathan. We're talking about the really tall seaweed-looking plant up in Dusty's tank by his shoulder. Yeah, I believe this is Anubias coffeefolia. Maybe it's Barteri. I'm not sure, but I got that one from a friend. And then we got my guppy culls in here. Actually, a lot of them end up surprising me with their color and making their way back into the main mutt guppy tank, or the mosh pit, as they call it these days. Maybe look at the terrarium in here, too.
He's like, oh, I didn't even read the names on screen.
Yeah, my biggest tank is a 40 gallon right now. So small tanks with maximum excitement.
My biggest right now in the house is a 125. I have a surprise when I get the garage set up. Might have one of my dreams coming true here in a few weeks.
Oh, which tank? How big? How big? You talking like the Tetra Dream? Oh, okay.
No, I wish I could have a 1,000-gallon tank, but the other one is probably going to come true. Most likely, I'm going to have my 500. Yeah, it's going to be nice. We've got to see how everything works out because it all depends on the person I'm working with for tanks.
Yeah. Everybody in the chat, what's your biggest tank right now? Size matters, says the guy with a 40-gallon.
That's what she said.
Hell yeah. $75, Chris, flexing on me. 600 liters. What's that, Dusty?
I don't know. I said 75 is a pretty decent tank. I don't know the liters to gallons. What is the gallon ratio in liters or from liters?
Let's see. Amisa's here. What's up? 75, flexing on him. 150, nice Mexicali. That's big.
Yeah, 150.
600 liters. 158, 160 gallons. That's nice. Plenty of room.
That's nice too.
Yeah, my 40 breeder is my biggest tank. After that, it's all my 20 longs. But when I'm a little more stable locationality-wise, I'll probably go a little bigger. I guess my tubs are bigger.
Nothing wrong with small tanks. I just won't go. I generally don't tens.
You're just saying that to make me feel better, aren't you, Dusty?
I have a few 20s. Come on now. I've got a couple 40s.
I like my small tanks just fine, okay? They still work just as good.
I've been calling one of my tanks a 15 for like a year now, and I did the measurements on it the other day and found out that it's a 30 long. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess it's not a 15.
That's a cool tank size, man. I would love to have something like that. I did just get that 30 low boy, and it's still sitting in my garage filled with water from that tank from the water test. So it's been like 2 weeks or something. I think it's safe.
Mexicali says it's 48 by 24 by 30. That's a nice tank.
Dang, that is nice. I love the long tanks. I love length and depth. I'm not so into height, but again, I don't keep angels or discus or anything like that. Or Oscars, you know.
What 3 tanks did you take down, Craig? And if you don't mind me asking, why did you take them down? Or just needed the space?
Jeff, you dog, you. Yeah, that would be a fun one to skate, man.
I so wish I could show off my new tank that I set up today, but my camera that I would show it off with is dead right now. So.
Yeah, I really want to set up this 30 low boy, and I got a rack that'll hold 2 20 gallons, or the 20 long and the 29 together. So I'm gonna do some moving, and I'll probably live stream that setup. But the substrate, man, I would love to do aqua soil, but I can't afford that stuff. So probably just go dirted and play sand.
Did I tell you about that?
What?
The construction company across the street. Did I say anything to you about that?
Oh yeah, that's a hookup, definitely. That's sweet. I'll let you share that
I
with everybody
called.
because that's
Yeah, it's awesome. I called the construction company across the street from me, and I mean they're literally probably less than a football field away from me, and they have huge rock piles of like gravel and huge rocks and just everything, and then and they have a huge sand pile. Whatever. Called him up, and he said pretty much just take what I need when I need it. If I want to pay something here and there, go ahead. So
that's awesome.
yeah,
That's a pro
I
tip for anybody.
it's like awesome. Yeah, I'm going to be redoing all of my tanks in sand. And me and Moose were talking about that I might actually use it and cover the gravel that I already have in the sand.
Yeah, that's my favorite way to quick cycle a tank. If you can't just go straight substrate and from an old tank into a new one, just cap it. I don't know. Now Jeff's got me thinking about under gravel filters and air driven everything. So that might be what I do with the low boy too.
I have a ton of under gravel filters. In fact, I put one in the 75 I set up today underneath the rock so it wouldn't crush down on the glass.
Nice. You have any other filtration on there? Backpack or whatever?
Right now I have a Sun 304B on the new 75. I have a sponge filter on it, and later on tonight I will be putting a 60 backpack on it.
Nice. Amisa, totally, man. I've been really digging Mexicali's fish room too. He makes some nice videos. I like watching the Spanish ones too, even though I can't understand them. Sounds nice. That's a cool thing. I was wondering how much time that takes to double down like that.
Yeah, Mexicali's got some awesome fish and awesome videos too. I need to remember to say hi and stuff in them. I always look at them and hit the like button, but I always forget to say something to everybody.
Yeah, I get sometimes I'll get distracted by another video and I'm like, damn, am I hurting the algae rhythm here with the freaking leaving without watching the whole thing? I'm like, or I'll comment halfway through and then I'll get to the end and I want to comment again. It's like, damn, I should have just waited and did it all at once. But shoot, I'll just do 2 comments, that's got to help.
Yeah. I have to admit, I think I've been doing pretty good on my videos lately, like the shorts and stuff. But I need to make a few actual decent videos here, though.
Dude, if anyone did not watch my short, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If anyone here did not watch my short yet, I'll recommend it. Maybe I'll drop a link to it because it's one of my favorite clips. I was saving it for April Fool's Day, and then I think the title was too clickbaity, so nobody clicked it. I don't know. But I got the perfect song. I lined it up. Shorts, man, they're freaking.
On a general, Lisa, I'd have to say if I do a stream on my own, I usually have between 15 and 20, but I go for 6.5, 7, 8 hours when I stream. So that's a little bit different. With me and Moose, it's pretty steady at 11 to 15. So about the same whether you're connecting or not. I think as we keep on doing it and people know that it's an actual show, they will show up more. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
how do you feel about that?
About timing or
about
duration or
people showing up? Yeah. About everything.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, people setting up what before I answer? In terms of the stream, man, I had a ball last time. I honestly probably would have stayed on straight through the night and into the morning if I didn't drop my phone in the fish tank. Which maybe I gotta find that clip again. That was so funny.
Hopefully, whoever was in this stream last week and caught him dropping his phone, please post a link. Yeah, this is an actual show,
Hey,
June.
June. Hey, Joseph.
We every Saturday at 10 to midnight, and might go longer. Hey,
See if I
Joseph.
can find that. Damn, Jeff probably knows how to get that clip. That was awesome that he clipped that so quick and dropped it in, man. That was so
Right?
funny.
That was awesome. You're like, just plop, and we're like, I'm like, maybe he got it out in time, and then all of a sudden your stream just died, and we're like, I think Moose is gone.
Oh, man. That was hilarious. That was like one of my favorite streams ever. I mean, I've only been on a handful so far, but just the vibe, the crew, I thought it was so cool how everybody came in one at a time and showed off their fish room. It was like touring the world of fish rooms almost. And just the crew,
I think
man.
that's my favorite part about all of this. Getting to see everybody's tanks, getting to chat, and just have fun and relax. Hi, Solo. Welcome.
Totally, man. I totally agree. And it's such a cool crew that shows up here, man. Like, I love it. Totally.
All the cool kids hanging out.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold up. We got somebody backstage.
Cool.
Hopefully you aren't waiting very long, Mexicali. I'm sorry.
No. I was listening. I was eavesdropping on you guys.
What up, Mexicali?
Are you going to let me up here or what?
You guys invited me on, but I was in the middle of actually cleaning the tank that I was talking about because I'm trying to clean the algae off the front panel. But you guys kept...
I cleaned Luna's tank today.
Uh-huh.
And I was worried by the beginning of my stream that it would not be like defunct yet because it had stuff floating all in it. And I'm like, dear Lord, just get clean already.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about that.
Though,
it's
right?
just I get that little green spot algae that grows on the panels of the aquarium. I don't clean any of the sides or the back. I only clean the viewing panel because, well, that's the whole purpose of having the aquarium is to be able to see in it. So that's what I was doing. But it's a nice tank. I have it set up in a 2-tier stand, and it's on top. So it's a pain in the butt to try to reach down and clean the bottom of it. Usually I only get 3/4 of the way clean, and like the bottom quarter, you can see the whole algae stripe where my arm doesn't reach all the way down.
Have you ever tried magnetic razors?
No. I've started considering doing it. It used to be I didn't need them.
They are
the majority of my tanks are either 10 gallon, 20 gallons, and 55s, and you can reach those pretty easy. I would have been able to reach this one had I not placed it where I did, because it's probably about 4 feet off the ground, and then on top of that another 30 inches. So I have to take a ladder, climb up on that, and being that it's an acrylic tank, the rim on the top, it's not like a regular, like these conventional ones. It actually sticks out about a good 8 inches. So that takes away from your reach because you kind of reach in and around. So, but I just like that tank though.
One second, guys. I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, Moose.
So, hey, man. I'm trying to find that clip.
If I understand if you don't want to do it publicly, but I know Aquatic Moose is your channel name. Do you? What is your first name if you want to do it publicly?
I actually do go by Moose.
Oh, you do? That is your nickname?
Yeah, but don't tell Lee that. That guy Lee is always.
All right. Well, then I don't feel bad by calling you Moose. Then usually I try to get to know everybody's first name, and especially after interacting with them for a while, it just kind of seems right. But if Moose is the nickname, I don't have a problem with calling Moose, especially if you don't mind.
Mexicali, I will say,
Yeah.
I use razor blades on this tank. I don't know if you can
Yes.
see my hand, but
Yeah.
on the 75, I do use the razor blades, and I'll tell you what, it is excellent.
Yeah.
But this is the only tank I use the razor blades on. On all my others, I use this. It's a
the magnetic one.
Magnetic with the bristle pad.
Yeah, on all my glass tanks, I use a little scraper like this one right here, and that's what I clean them with. But that's an acrylic tank, and I've always heard you're not supposed to use razor blades on acrylic because you'll scratch them up. What I use are those pads. What are they called? Like the magic eraser, but they don't have anything on them. And that's what I've used to clean those acrylics. And so far, maybe when I empty it out, I'll be able to tell if it's really scratched up. But for the time being, at least I can't see the scratches if it's scratching it.
Welcome, Joyx. And Moose just dropped his phone drop.
Drop the drop. Yeah, I have an acrylic tank as well, and I got a plastic razor blade from the hardware store. And it actually works pretty well.
Yeah, I was using a credit card, but I think I wore off the sharp edge of it now. It's kind of rounded, so it doesn't scrape as good. I have to go in there and
as long as it still works in the machine, right?
This is an old gift card that I had, so yeah, I'm not using my regular credit card.
No, I think
or maybe I should. I wouldn't owe the bank that much money if I used it to clean my tanks.
Totally.
Tell the fish to charge it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but yeah, that's what I was kind of working on that, but yeah, it's actually
Misa said the same thing.
Yeah, it's my favorite tank. It's actually I'm not gonna lie, I like them all. That's why I have them. Or else I wouldn't have them. But it is pretty stunning to look at it. Especially because when you realize that I scaped it, that's the part that I can't believe. And I really like it. It's actually my wife's aquarium and the reason I say that is because I let her pick all the fish that are in there, and it's the largest tank. So figured that if she's gonna let me have 20-some tanks, the least I could do is set one up to her liking. So that's her tank. And she picked angelfish for that tank, which is I think that dimensions for that tank is perfect for those angelfish because they have some really, really long streamers on them.
Cool.
Mexicali,
that's my favorite.
Been looking it up online, and I cannot find 3 and 10 days.
What's that?
But I have 2 that just bred day before yesterday. And what is the incubation time for the eggs on angelfish?
You know what? I'm not really sure how long it takes to. As much as I've had them, I don't think I've had them go to fry yet because I don't pull them. And the problem with angelfish is that once they lay the eggs, you got to keep the light on because if you turn it off and the lights come back on, they get startled and they start eating the eggs. I've learned that from Aquafarm. And so if you're gonna want them to hatch out, I would recommend keeping a little night light. Don't let it go completely dark, and they'll be fine. But if you let it go dark and then the lights come back on, they'll eat all the eggs instinctively. I think they're just they don't know what's going on. They get startled and they'll eat them.
Oh,
48 to 72.
I will remember that.
That's great. That's a great point, Mexicali. Have you do you follow Keeping Fish Simple, Nick?
Yes. He's one of the guys that I've been following for a while now.
He's awesome. He's got some great stuff. I think it was yesterday or the day before he dropped this fish room tour video, and the guy in there that he was.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not his fish room. It's a hobbyist, right?
Yep. And that just you made me think of that because he's talking about this guy he interviewed says he really doesn't leave the light on very much, and it helps him out tremendously. for
okay.
spawning.
Yeah.
The fish just like, I guess they're used to being in darker conditions. At least he's talking about some of the nocturnal ones, but that got me thinking, like,
Well,
you know, in a lake.
Yeah. The reality, the only reason you really need lights on your aquarium is not for the benefit of the fish. Either because you have plants in your aquarium and you need the light to be able to grow the plants, or the number one reason is so that you can see your own fish. But that's the only reason an aquarium needs lighting. Other than that, these fish, they'll do fine in just ambient light. They don't need to have. As a matter of fact, if you keep them in ambient light, you don't have to deal that much with algae either because you don't have that excess light.
Thank you for your response, by the way, Jeff. So what is the tank behind you, Miss Kelly?
Oh, this is a 75 gallon. I used to have, what was it? 5. Yeah, I think it was 5 electric blue Acaras the size of this one right here. And this last summer, it got way too hot in the fish room that I think I had an algae bloom and they got Popeye. And it was one by one started getting it. And I first started treating the whole entire tank. But as it got progressively worse, I pulled them out and I was treating them in a 10-gallon tank individually, and I just wasn't able to bring them back.
I was able to treat. What the heck?
You're breaking up, Dusty.
What
happened to Moose? Did he drop?
I don't. I think he dropped. Hold up.
Oh.
Yeah, but I was able to treat with his medicine.
Okay. Yeah, at first I tried salt, and then I was reading somewhere to use Epsom salt to try to.
It wasn't for mine.
You're breaking up, Dusty. I'm getting every other word. I don't know if it's me or is it.
Metronidazole.
Yeah.
Are you hearing that too, Moose?
Metronidazole, or however you pronounce it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too, Mexicali.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it wasn't my end.
Yeah. It seems like it'll be like fine for a good bit, and then it just gets all.
Yeah, it starts crackling. Are those the Goodiots that are in there with the coolie loaches?
No. Let me get that cam back here in a second. Right
what are
now
those?
I've got
the striped ones.
Those are the tiger limias, so they're another cool live bear, but they're like the Pasilia and like the guppies and the platies and all that, where they incubate eggs internally and then give live birth rather than the whole Trophatania umbilical deal.
Okay, let me ask, do they, I can't really make it out, my eyes are not that good, but do they look more like mollies?
Yeah, they definitely got more of that molly shape to them, and then when you see them well, they've got this really nice yellow on their chin, and the males get some really good color, and they got the iridescence.
Oh, the reason I'm asking is because earlier we were streaming with Big Tank Hank, and he said he was at one of his local fish stores, and in the feeder tank they had something that looked. He was showing us images, and it looks like a molly, but it has that vertical striping like yours do, except his are still small and it's not as pronounced as the ones yours have. So I'm wondering if it's the same fish.
There is another type. I believe they're called the humpback limia or limia. I think it's limia. The humpback looks just like them, but it gets a little bit bigger, and the males especially, man, they got this big old humpback. It looks really cool as they get older.
Yeah, I think the ones he was showing us look just like the ones you have there, except the striped furnace. What was that, Dusty? Oh, what I was saying is the vertical stripe
is any better. I just switch out mics.
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, let me get you guys a better view of these guys, and then I can show you I have one other limia species, and they're the limia perugiae, and they're from. the Dominican Republic.
Oh, okay. Do you follow Skull Aquatics?
I do. I haven't gotten into his stuff quite yet. I keep meaning to.
Yeah,
But
he
I know he
keeps
likes
some of
to
the
get
same
in.
stuff you do. He's got a bunch of limias and goodies, and he's into those Caris fish. He's got a lot of them.
Yeah, I like Skull's videos. He has some really nice fish.
Yeah.
Right, Jeff?
Yeah, I love these live bears.
Well, what's nice about, especially like the goodies, I mean, they're live bears, but they don't. I mean, they don't. They won't overpopulate your tank like guppies. They're a little bit
Yeah,
slower.
man.
To
Oh my
reproduce.
goodness. No kidding. Exactly. Look at all these guys. I think I'm gonna feed them now. They all start coming up to the tank.
Every time I go looking for guppies, they're already sold out, or there's like, oh, you can only get 2. I don't understand it, so I haven't bought any yet, but I'm looking into it.
Oh, well, I have a 55-gallon that's nothing but my coals. It's like kind of like what Moose was saying. It's my community 55-gallon tank, and actually, it's quickly becoming one of my favorite tanks. It's this one right here.
55. That's awesome.
Yeah, and this is where I throw all my coals because I'm trying to strain out of line, out of mutts. And the only reason I'm doing that is because it keeps me entertained and doing something consistently in the room. Instead of just doing maintenance, it's something that keeps me, something that keeps me busy. And I know I can go by straight lines and reproduce them and all that. But I'm really just trying to see if I can take mud guppies, find the genetics that I like, and try to see if I can strain them out. It's more like a personal challenge than anything else.
Nice.
Totally. I've been having a lot of fun with that too, actually. And then, I started hearing like the female guppies can hold on to that genetic material from past interaction. So I've been working on like pulling the smaller ones before they're mature enough.
Yeah. If you want to get females that haven't been impregnated by the males, and it's just you got to get them while they're still juveniles, and but yeah, they'll retain. I think it's up to three drops, and then after that they'll take another one. Somebody was telling me that if you introduce a new male, they'll kind of force them to evacuate what they have reserved, and then I think the first drop will still be the old lineage, and then after that they'll start dropping the new one. But I don't know how true that is. This is all stuff that I've been kind of researching and listening to and trying to learn. Just because, like I said, I'm actually working on. I found some low grade quality dumble ear guppies that I picked up as somebody was getting rid of them, but it wasn't a straight line, and that's what I'm working to straighten out. And right now they're in their 3rd drop, and I'm starting to see more of that genetics. They're still not where they need to be. I'm thinking maybe another 2 or 3 more drops, and I should start getting exactly what I want.
Nice. That's fun.
And then you won't be coals anymore. You'll be able to keep them.
Totally. Are those the ones you shared in that short today? That orange one from above?
Oh no, that's a different line. Those are actually, they look pink on the sides, and I haven't really seen any pink guppies before, so I'm trying to breed those out. The ones I have the double ears that I'm working on. I have some. These are actually the only straight line that I've ever bought, and it's they're called metallic or red metallic lace guppies or something like that. It's so hard to keep track of all the names because depending on where you go, they'll have a different name and they look similar. And I was actually asking a guy, I don't know if you know Bishop Aquatics. He's a young guy that breeds straight lines, and I asked him, hey, where can I go to get information on an actual existing line? And the only thing there is the International Guppy. What is it? International Guppy something association. And even there, it's kind of, depending on who you ask.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's cool. I can show you guys the line I've been working on. I got I had one of the blonde or like yellow female guppies for I don't know, like a year.
Oh, okay.
And I got one blonde male out of it from her, and his colors mixed with the mosaics in there look incredible. So I've been trying to get the orange, less orange, and pull out more like of the blues and
Okay.
iridescence. I think I was showing it off last time. We'll see how they show up now that I pulled the duckweed.
Yeah, I think one of the trends that I'm starting to notice with guppies right now is because I guess, and I'm really thinking it's because rice fish have become so popular that I'm starting to see a lot of the guppy breeders trying to create a top view guppy that looks really nice from the top. And I think that's all a consequence of rice fish.
Tim, I can never get a good picture, but he's got some real cool iridescent spots on his side. And right now he's chilling with all the ladies. And this is one of my favorite bettas that came out of my Galaxy Koi Plakat spawn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just picked up not my first two bettas, but I hadn't had bettas in quite some time. And I'm actually enjoying them. I forgot how fun they were. My first two bettas, but I hadn't had bettas in quite. And so I'm really enjoying them.
Oh yeah, I saw that bowl video you put up. That was awesome.
Yeah, set it up with the plenum.
Cool. Yeah, that's nice.
Becoming more popular in Mesa.
Let's see.
Guppies from Petco 10 months ago. Start to go Redskins. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I just like it because you don't have to wait that long. The turnaround on trying to get a new clutch is about 30 days. The only problem is what do you do with your coals? That's where I've kind of come into it. I keep all my coals. Like I said, I got that 55 gallon that I'm putting them in. But any deformities, well, they do become a meal, I have to admit. But that's just because they're not going to have a quality of life that they should have. And I'm surprised how vicious guppies can be when it comes to culling your fish.
Yeah,
now I got some cool Endler mixes. Whoa. So I got some cool Endler mixes in a trade recently. Okay. And they're like black bar Endlers, but they've got some slightly longer dorsal fins. And, they still look pretty heavily Endlery, but I showed them to Greg Sage, and I was trying to get some Endlers from him to cross back and try and like rebuild the Endler line there. And he was like, you can do that, but it takes 11 generations to pull the traits out or something like that. And I was like, what? So,
okay. Well, if anybody's going to know, it's him.
Yeah, he knows. He definitely knows a lot. But I don't know. Yeah, he's definitely, we've all messed with guppies, but he's got some time under his belt.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, this is purely for just entertainment. It gives me something to do almost every day here in the fish room. That's why I kind of went back to guppies. I was trying to breed dwarf cichlids and stuff like that, but I just didn't have the time to be able to dedicate to them. And especially with the pistols, you got to worry about having soft water. and that was kind of becoming an issue to get them to breed. You can keep them in 7.0 and they'll survive, but if you want them to breed, you really got to bring them down to like a 6.7, 6.6.
Yeah, I had the same issue, honestly. At like 7.4, my pistos were doing great. And same with the rams, but neither of them are really dropping any eggs for me. So
Yeah, it just they really do need that soft water. At least that's what I've been told, and everything that I've researched seems to indicate that.
yeah, so really, like, I do see my traits coming through. Like, I had one mosaic male and one Endler male in with all my female mutt guppies, and now they are all coming out like half mosaic, half Endler. But I think he probably meant to get it pure enough that it would be back into to proper, I don't know, N class.
Yeah, they have a requirement, and I don't know if it's 80% or better, or if it's not higher. They have to be true to be considered a straight line. I know there's a certain percentage you have to meet, and once you get them there, then yeah, you can call them what you say they are.
I see. Yeah, and then totally. But for us, it's just fun.
Yeah, I like them. I like the colors. I like seeing. I sit at that 55 gallon, and as they get bigger, but I've culled out of there, you start seeing some colors that you go, wow, that's pretty cool. I've never seen that before. But I know it's not a straight line. So, I mean, if I was to sit there and pull everything that I think is cool and try to straighten it out, I wouldn't have enough room to keep all those tanks.
Mhm. Totally. Yeah, you could. I mean, that's what's so fun about the mosh pit is you could just mix in everybody and just see what pops out. Take your favorite.
Yep.
Amisa says 11 generations, but if you can get a new generation every 2 to 3 months, it's not that long, relatively speaking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Every 30 days they have a new drop, and that was the same thing I had learned, that it's about 3 to 5 generations for you to start seeing consistent traits that you're trying to pull from these fish. But you also have to be careful, because eventually you need to start breeding back so that you don't have any deformities. And that's the part that I still trying to work on, that I haven't figured out yet. I've luckily, because it's only like I'm on the 3rd generation of some of these drops, I haven't had that much issue, but I've had a call maybe out of everything that I have in that 20 long, maybe about 5 that I've seen that had bent backs or just, they just don't, they're deformities. But I know that I have to cross them back to, I think it's the 1st generation or the parents or something like that, to try to keep them from having those defects.
Yeah, that's a great point. I've been thinking about like these rare Gadaids that, like, what was it? At least my Perugier, the Limea Perugier, they're from Greg Sage as well. And from what I understand, there were like 50 of them that he received from a fish keeper, and they were some of the last ones left in existence, and he was able to produce a ton of them. But then you start thinking like, wow, they all came from that same gene pool. It's got to be pretty tough to expand the genetics at that point.
Yeah, but I don't think it's necessarily all fish that suffer from that trait. I think that's a particular thing with guppies, because I have some Phineas mentos. And I said, do I need to get new bloodline in there? Because eventually I thought I was going to have issues with genetics. And the breeder that I talked to that's out of San Diego, he told me that no, he's been breeding the same parents and the same line for like 10 years now. And he doesn't have any problems with them. So, if he's been doing it for that long, then, I'm assuming I have to take his word for it, because I haven't had him for that long, and I haven't seen any defects from the ones that I have. And this will be the 4th generation that I've had since I had them.
Okay, that's good to know. I know the one thing that kind of got me thinking about that was like I've got some green dragon plecos too that I got from someone at our club. they're pretty nice. And then I started digging into them, and Greg Sage is trying to make the snow dragons, the all white bristlenose plecos. And for some reason, he is not able to get them stable. You know, they're not breeding well for him, but then also like half of them don't seem to make it through out of being fried and whatnot.
Well, it could be something with the fact that they're lacking color in them, and because that is, I mean, they're naturally not that color, so I'm assuming that's why you hardly ever see them in the wild too. They're an oddity. It's kind of like an albino. But who knows? I don't know too much about plecos that much to say that that's the case. But it seems to be that with
right, and I don't think he even knows.
Yeah. Yeah, I think those odd colors.
That's a good point, though. With the they don't have any. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being quiet back here, but I'm not a guppy or any. I don't know about it, other than I've kept them and I've bred them, but I'm letting y'all talk.
It wasn't until recently I kept them. I think when we all get into the hobby at some point or another, we come across them and we'll keep a few, and because it kind of makes you feel like you know what you're doing, because it's the fish that you just add water and it reproduces itself, and so that kind of always gives you that little ego boost that, oh yeah, I got them to reproduce. But it wasn't until recently, and now I'm talking recently, maybe 4 or 5 months, that I really started tinkering with that, because I wanted to do something in the fish room, because most of the stuff that I have were mostly tetras and little barbs, and for the life of me, I haven't really been able to successfully breed them at will. I mean, I get them where they'll breed in the environment that they are, but I'm not able to pull anything out of there. The only reason I know they bred is because all of a sudden I'll see 3 or 4 fry swimming in there and going, oh, cool. But I've tried it intentionally breeding the cherry barbs, which is supposed to be a pretty easy fish to breed, and I failed miserably. I haven't had any success where I've tried to breed them. If I leave them in the tank that they are now, yeah, they slowly reproduce.
Put 3 female cherry barbs in the tank with 1 male. Mm-hmm. That's how you breed them. They'll drop. After you know that they've dropped, you take out the male and 2 of the females. Leave 1. The female will do everything that needs to be done.
Okay, that's probably where I was not getting it right there, because I was leaving them and I wouldn't see. And I know the fries are so tiny that I probably wasn't seeing them. And so they were probably.
That's the one thing I'm good at is. I guess I don't know. Maybe it's different for everybody, but I'm really good with cichlids. But when it comes to goldfish and the other things, I'm not the best. Like guppies, I'm not really that great with. I've bred them, but that was by happenstance,
Yeah.
Because they're natural breeders. But like with African cichlids, I can breed them like crazy. I don't know. I'm different strokes for different folks, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. We each find what we like and learn about it.
Yeah, and that's what's so neat about it, is that there's so many fish out there. It'll take you a lifetime to go through all the different species that are out there.
Yeah. So true.
But the only Africans I have are Shelleys. Neolephrologus multifasciatus is what I have. And for the longest time, I couldn't figure out. Everybody would say, "Oh, they're so easy to breed," and I had them for about 4 months, and I couldn't get them to breed at all. Well, come to find out, one day I was kind of watching them, and I was trying to see what was going on, and I noticed that they would be swimming in place, but they would be swimming like really, really hard. And I'm going, that's not normal. And I thought it was probably water quality, so I tested it. It was okay. I said, I'm going to do a water change, and I changed it. And then, almost immediately they were doing the same thing, and I started getting concerned. Well, I decided that I had a little internal filter the ones with the little spray bar on the top and it's a little cute rectangle. Well, that was generating too much of a current that the fish were basically on a treadmill. So they didn't have time to breathe. They were just trying to stay in the current. And I swept that out I switched it out for a sponge filter, and that was problem solved. As soon as I did that, within days, they were dropping fries. I was like, not dropping fries, but you could see them hatching out of the eggshells.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's something I guess we all know you need a lot of protein if you're hoping your fish are going to make more fish.
Yeah, this is the little filter that I had in there, and it's got a little spray bar on the top. While the little spray bar was, I guess the current was too much. They're in a 29 gallon. So it was just too much current in there. And the food, I was feeding them high protein. I was giving them brine shrimp. I was doing all the things that they tell you to do except for the current. I had too much current in there, too much water movement. And like I said, once I quit doing that and put a sponge filter in there, then they were like, okay, now we can relax and do what we need to do. And now I have you can see there's a real tiny fry, and then there's the first generation. You can tell because they're starting about half the size of the parents, and then you got a bunch in between. So I was like, all right. What I learned is don't put too much current in that tank.
Mm-hmm. Right, they're just burning their energy. Yeah, that's funny. I would have gone through the same steps, testing the water and water change.
Well, you know how when you have an ammonia spike, the fish will be at the top and they seem like they're gasping for air. Well, mine weren't at the top. They were like right by the shells, but you can see that they were swimming as hard as they could. And I understand why they were doing that. They were swimming in place. They were just staying there, but you could see their body like they were stressed out. And at first I thought, well, because they are pretty sensitive to pH, and I thought maybe my pH had crashed. So I checked for that. That was fine. Then I thought, well, maybe I had an ammonia spike, but when I was testing it, it was coming fine. And I just couldn't figure it out. One day I just kind of, like I said, was paying attention and said, you know what, let me switch out the filter. Because it seemed like that might be the situation. And the reason I kind of noticed it is when I was doing the water change and that spray bar quit working, they would seem like they relaxed a little bit. And I said, you know what, let me try this. I put that sponge filter in there and presto, that was it. Once I did that, they were acting normal. And I was like, oh my God, it was too much current. I was stressing the hell out of them.
Yeah. Dude, I had that same thing happening with my guppy fry. I had one of those internal filters and they were doing all right. And I pulled it out of it. Or actually, no, I didn't pull it out. I left it off for a couple days. And then when I turned it back on, it got real clogged up. And once that flow cut down, the fry started growing at twice the rate.
Yeah. Yeah, so now most of my tanks, as it is, most of my fish room runs on air. I have sponge filters. I have a few that I have hang on the backs because I just had them when I first got them, and they work, so I get rid of them. But a lot of my hang on the backs that I have, which is not that many. I have two. I think I have three in the whole entire fish room, and they're mostly mechanical. I have moss. I mean, not moss, but the white fiber stuff. Trying to play
Filter floss.
Yeah, filter floss. There you go. So that it just helps me, keep the water clear. But that's all they're really doing. Most of my biologicals off the sponge filters themselves.
Right, and the substrate, man. That's one of the big realizations for me. I use so much lava rock. You can see this longer tank here. A ton of lava rock got it cycled so quick, and that's your biological media, right? Whether it's in your filter or not.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, those bows, that's the way I set them up. I did the plenum and I put lava rock in the bottom because it's basically going to be just a biological filter with no external water movement or anything. I'll let nature do its thing, but it's worked for me. I have several tanks that I've set up that way, and it's not something that I came up with. It's watching other content creators and watching what they're doing, and if it makes sense, I always try it, and if it works for me, then I keep doing it. So that's how I came about that, and that was a combination of watching Dr. Novak do the plenums, and believe it or not, the other one was MD Fish Tanks, because he does that to create elevation in his tanks when he's doing the aquascapes. And he was the one that was talking that it also doubles as biological filtration. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna try it, and it's worked.
That's what I love about this tank here is I just have this, for my land section, it's just a vase drilled through in the back. And it just overflows through all this lava rock and these plant roots in there, and it handles a massive bioload.
Oh, yeah.
Just so y'all know, I wasn't trying to steal the
out,
limelight. Every time I try to text in chat, I forget to click on it, and it switches it to my full cam with y'all on the side. I do apologize.
Hey, Tommy. Hey, you guys have
Silver.
You guys have quite a bit of people watching the stream. You got Craig, Tommy,
Very nice. I think
Debbie, Adele, Jeff, the other Jeff, Griffin. Who else? Man, we got quite the group. I thought I saw Boots earlier, Misa, Moon and Boots. Let's see, June, Crowntail, Ian. Man, you got quite the crew.
Awesome group.
Yep. I'm always surprised how many people are actually up late at night. It used to be, when the pandemic was going on, that was even crazier because I work shift work. So there's times where I'm working graveyard and I'd get on there and it was like watching YouTube in the morning. There was so many people going on live. And then we get our Aussie friends that's in the morning for them. So it was kind of cool. I would be working graveyard to be able to watch everybody stream all night long. The zombie crew. That's right, Craig.
The late nighters. I never sleep, so it works.
Oh yeah.
I figure, what's the difference in running a really long stream or playing all night, looking at the ceiling, wishing I could do something?
Well, you guys usually go pretty long. The times that I've caught it, and I'll come on, watch it for a while, and then go do something else, and come back an hour later, and you guys are still on.
As long as somebody's always willing to join and chat and make it fun and enjoyable, I'm willing to go forever, pretty much. Unless I have to take my wife to work or something, and then I have to let it go early. But
well, if I'm not mistaken,
my longest stream ever was 7 hours and like 46 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at. I remember one of the first times that I've seen your stream was precisely during the night shift, and I remember coming on, watching, interacting with you guys. Went off, did some other stuff, and came back an hour later. You guys were still there, and I remember getting off of work, and you guys were still going strong.
So you decided to come here when your family's too weird. I don't know, Tommy.
Well, my excuse is my wife is visiting our daughter in Las Vegas, so I'm alone at the house. So my wife was joking with me. She goes, "Well, I'm gonna be gone for 4 days. Just don't bring in a lot of women in the house." "Oh, don't worry, I'm not bringing in women. I'm bringing in fish." She goes, "That's worse." She was giving me a hard time about that. Don't you dare. But no, and she calls me up. She goes, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm
so now they just have to be male fish.
No, she just doesn't want me to bring any fish, period. She goes, "You already got enough." I said, "Not quite." I said, "I still have half of the garage that I can fill with tanks." But But no, now I think I'm good. I do have a couple of other tanks that I need to set up, but I'm finding that I'm kind of reaching my limit to be able to do proper maintenance and the husbandry that needs to be done. I think if I start going a little bit more, it'll just be I'll be getting cutting corners to try to do everything I need to do, and I don't want to do that.
Is Amateur Aquatics in chat right now?
Amateur aquatics, I don't. That's AAA, right? Oh, I call them AAA. I think it's
Yeah.
yeah. No, I don't see him. I don't know if he was on earlier. Maybe he's lurking. Well, he'll pop up.
I thought I
Now
saw
that you
something.
mentioned
No, I think she's calling Dusty an amateur for only streaming for 7.5 hours.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Craig streamed for 30 hours. Jeez, how is that even?
Wow.
What?
Okay.
I remember the very first time I caught Craig's live stream. I was like, what am I watching? Because he was walking around and shirtless and shorts. I'm going, what is this?
I loved Craig's live stream, man. It's just the hangout. I always feel like I'm going into a bar.
I know, but it was just I hadn't really interacted with Craig. I had seen him in some of the chats, and I saw that he was going live. So I said, I'm gonna go check it out. And he's in there, I was like, what am I watching?
I love the Clean It Like Craig series.
Bare feet and everything. I was like, what?
Craig rocks.
Oh, I know. He's a great guy. I love his tanks, man. He's got some impeccable tanks. But yeah, that was my introduction to Craig, and I was like, am I watching this correctly? I'm watching a grown man in his underwear clean his tanks.
I remember hopping in on one
I
of
still have
Craig's
to
streams.
do my Clean It Like Craig.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Well, the best one is Mark. Have you seen Mark's Clean Like Craig?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, no, but
We're talking.
Just get too busy.
I think Kuro did a Clean It Like Craig, too.
I know.
Yeah,
but
those kids are fit. Him, Tom. Shit, if I look like that, I'd be walking around without a shirt all the time, too.
Adele.
I'm just worried that my moves will be bouncing when I'm trying to clean a tank, Or my wife's brought to do a Clean It Like Craig video. All right, fine. It wasn't funny. Let's try.
Pretty tired.
Adele, did you do a Clean It Like Craig?
No, she's saying that Dusty owes her one.
Oh.
I think that was like 20 years. Yeah, you ain't kidding, Jeff. Yeah. Well, I would have done it when I was still in the service. Then I'd purposely walk without a t-shirt on. But nowadays, you ain't catch it. I'm the one that goes to the beach with the t-shirt on and goes in the ocean. That's me.
Oh man, you just gotta love your body, dude. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Well, I can love it, but it doesn't mean I gotta punish everybody else around me. Oh, she did. I didn't know that.
Is it still there?
I don't know. Adele, do you still have that video up? Oh, she was talking about all of us. No. Yeah, she said it's still there.
Yeah, we definitely do have an awesome crew in tonight.
Yeah. We were joking, like Coro would do his clean it like Craig with his hair down, and it would start from the back, and he'd be come around to the front.
Sick bastards. Yeah.
So, what
No.
weather did everybody get tonight?
We got up
For the
to
last
80
couple of
degrees
days.
today, so it was a beautiful day for us.
We had sunlight over here. Apparently, it snowed. I didn't see any snow when I woke up, though. You still got that storm ripping around there, Dusty?
Yep.
Well, you're North or South
Wind and stuff
Dakota?
yet.
Dusty?
South Dakota.
South Dakota? Well, that's still
Dusty, like, you
pretty
gotta
up north.
share that
I-
story.
I have a 59 Etzel. I have a 59 Etzel that I can't even see now because it's covered in a foot of snow. There's a foot of snow above the roof.
Dusty, you gotta share that story you were telling me yesterday about trying to get your wife home from work. That was insane.
Okay. So yesterday, or was it the day before? Or was it yesterday? My God, my days are going together.
It might have been, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to get my wife. I make it about 5 miles out of town. The wind starts blowing, picking up, and it got to the point where I couldn't see literally out the windshield, period. There was so much snow blowing by. I had to stop and use the strip on the side of the road, to get home. And I lived in our town, and I waited. And my wife and her friend were driving their way in. What was?
Did you get a cup of water?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Anyways, so my wife and her friends had to slam on the brakes because there were 3 deer crossing the road. So when they went sideways in the street, I didn't get to see it, but I got to hear the story about it. There was a semi that was behind them, and when they hit the brakes and went sideways, the semi truck jackknifed, and they said they didn't see anything or what happened, or they didn't know what happened to them. But okay, so finally they get home. I end up having to go out to where her friend was trying to get to her son's house or her mom's house or whatever, and I had to dig out their car because they got stuck in the middle of the street. And then it was just a jumbled mess. It took us an hour to undig this car just to get it to the side of the street. She parked it. She got to her place. I took my wife home, and I mean, my whole entire outfit was frozen. Like even my t-shirt inside my jacket had gotten wet through all the snow that was blowing and blowing up underneath the jacket, to where I was just a solid piece of ice when I walked inside the house. And come to find out late last night that the semi that they thought had jackknifed did jackknife roll over in the ditch.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Mexicali, you get that kind of snow out there?
I'm in the desert. If we get snow, it's probably the end of the world. No,
Bittersweet.
I grew up most of my entire life in between Southern California. Well, actually, in the desert of Southern California, and I didn't get to experience snow until my 20s, and that was when I was in, and it wasn't even snow; it was ice. I didn't know water would freeze, and I remember being in basic training in South Carolina, and being from out here, our lows are maybe 40s. Once in a while, get down to like 35 on a like super super cold day. I mean, and it's not even day; it's at night. In the middle of the night. So it was just a total shock for me because we were in processing, waiting for the rest of the guys to show up. This is like right at the beginning of the year because I had to report January 1st, and I got there. When I got there, there was only 3 of us, and the rest of the company was gonna start filtering in during the week. And for the first couple of nights, we were fine. We were sleeping in the barracks, the holding barracks for us until the entire rest of the company would come in. But once we had about half of that building full, they started messing with us. And what they would do is the first night, like around 3 o'clock in the morning, they'd come and pull the fire alarm, and you're sleeping because they would have the heater cranked up pretty high, so you're kind of sleeping in your boxers and a muscle shirt. And so we're all in bed. You hear the fire alarm. They come in. They're screaming at us, "Get out! Get out! Get out!" We don't know what the hell's going on. So we all start going out. The first night, none of us were prepared for this. We go out. It must have been below 20 because I remember when they marched us back from dinner that night. There was like water puddles that were along the staircases, but there were still fluid. When we came out that morning around 3 o'clock in the morning, they were frozen solid. I had never ever seen standing water freeze in my life before. Needless to say, you can imagine how cold it was. Well, for somebody who's was only experiencing temperatures in the 40s, I was freezing my butt off. And they had us out there for about 45 minutes because the procedure was the alarm would go off. By the time they cleared us out, the fire department had to come over and they knew what was going on. So they were taking their time because it wasn't an emergency. They would show up, clear the building, and let us back in. Well, that was the first night. The second night, we didn't still know that was kind of going to be happening for the next 4 or 5 days that we were still there. But at least I was smart enough to grab my that green blanket that they give you, the green wool blanket, and threw it over myself. And but we're still standing out there in flip flops, shorts, and a blanket over your head. But at least that made it a little bit more bearable. But that was the first time. That was a total shock for me experiencing that. And then my first snow was in Salt Lake City. Uh, we were stationed in Tualatin, Utah, which is about 30 or 40 minutes west of Salt Lake City, and it was a munition depot that was out there for the army. And I remember for Christmas morning, we had snow, and that was the first time I had ever experienced snow. And that was kind of cool because it was kind of like storybook. You wake up in the morning, you look out the window, and it's all white. And it snowed probably about a foot and a half because I remember opening the front door of the place we were staying at, and you could stand there and see the snow about that thick. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And that's quickly when I learned that snow is fun for 3 days. That's it.
Yeah.
After 3 days, you don't want to deal with snow anymore. It's a pain in the butt. I didn't know. I was always wondering why the neighbors would always be shoveling the snow as soon as they went down their driveway. I was the idiot that would back in and out. So by the third night or the third morning, I tried to back out my car and I was going zzz. I'm not going anywhere. I had turned it into ice. So I'm sitting there trying to leave the driveway and I can't go anywhere. What was that?
If it makes you feel better, I have a 60-foot long driveway, and I could use the first 10 feet of it.
Oh. Well, this isn't regular short conventional.
The driveway is like 4 and 5 foot tall as snow.
Yeah, I just didn't. I would look at the neighbors and go, "Why are they shoveling it? You can drive right out of this." Well, they were probably looking at me. Look at this idiot. He's gonna figure it out real quick. And sure enough, then the other thing is I didn't know what to do until the neighbor came over with some kitty litter. He goes, "Just throw this under the wheels and you'll be fine." And I was able to back out. The other lesson I learned was never leave your spigot open because I went to try to. This is the other rookie mistake that I was doing. I thought I was going to use water to get the snow off the windshield. Well, I went to open it. I went to open the faucet, and nothing came out of the hose. And I'm like, whatever. So I dropped the hose, left it there, and while the temperature was warm enough during the day that any ice that was in the line would melt, or at least that plug would melt enough where the water was able to push it. So I come back from my shift, and I'm driving up because it was on a grade. The street that we were on had a slight inclination. I'm and I'm pulling around the corner, and I'm seeing all this water running down the side on the curb. And I'm going, somebody left their faucet open. Well, yeah, somebody did, and that was me. So so I ran the water like for all day until I got home. I didn't catch that one. So yeah, I had a steep learning curve when it came to cold weather and ice and all that.
Man, I remember up here in the mountains, I think they passed some new rules where like you can't send people up to the mountains with rental cars with bad tires on them, but I think they get around it by saying, oh, they didn't tell us the destination, so it was fine. And I was pulling up, I was a snowmobile guide at the time, and I was pulling up to work, and I just see these people on the side of the road, like at our entrance, shirtless and with all their clothes hanging over the fence and just standing there. And I like pulled over, I'm like, what's going on? And then I looked down, and they took the turn real sharp over the creek there and rolled their rental sedan down into the creek. So they just climbed out and they're like, well, we're wet, so we got to take our clothes off. And they were freezing. I just gave them a ride, and I was like, good luck. We called them a tow truck.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it was just. And then the other thing was, I quickly learned that the icicles that come down from your roof, you need to knock them down, because then it become lawn darts. I didn't. Luckily, it never hit any of us. But I remember watching one morning. I was standing by the doorway, and as soon as the door closed, like, man, it wasn't even close to me, but I heard something hit the ground, and I turned over and look, and there's this big old long spikes in the ground. I'm going, oh shoot, these things will poke your head through.
Yo.
So yeah, so I got the damn broomstick and started knocking them off. But those are all things that nobody tells you, especially coming from California. Oh, the other thing that they used to love about me, I was the only person in town to have a 2-wheel drive truck, because I was coming from California. California, you don't have 4-wheel drive trucks. They used to ask me, where did you find a 2-wheel drive truck?
Right.
Those are the things.
Well, the farmers like to keep the 2-wheel trucks around for the little kids.
Yeah.
To learn how to drive and stuff.
Yeah, no, but and that was, I started noticing that everybody out there had 4-wheel drives. There's no such thing as a 2-wheel drive. You look at the dealerships, everything was 4-wheel drive. That's when I knew I wasn't in California anymore.
Well, the vehicle that got stuck in the actual road, it got stuck in the middle of the road the other day with my wife and her friend, was a full-size van.
Okay.
And it got stuck in the middle of the road. You have to. I'd love to see a Honda going around my town right now. I would pay to see it.
Well, that's the other thing, that you don't see too many. It's either SUVs or trucks. But what I would see in the area, hardly anybody drives a small car, unless you were living in Salt Lake City. Then because they have the plows out there, people, I guess, feel confident enough to drive their regular sedans. But it was, like I said, it was all culture shock for me when it came to living in the cold. You quickly learn, though. Yep. You figure it out pretty quick.
Jeff's
it's kind of funny around here. Checking out the chat. Truck around here for $500 4x4.
Yeah, Jeff Kane says that he can get around in a 2-wheel drive van pretty easily on most days.
Jeff, what kind of tires do you have, though? That's what I want to know. It's all in the tires.
Big old spikes.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I didn't know they had snow tires. That was interesting to me. I didn't know that was a thing until I started living up there in the north.
It take you like 3 hours to screw them all in.
Don't they come that way?
No, so you can buy them where it's got the rivets for them in the tire, but you can drive it during the summer and spring. But when it gets to winter, you take the tire off, and you have all the little spikes that you screw into the rivets.
Oh, yeah, because I
remember you like 3 hours of tire.
I guess, see, down here in California, everything was American Tires or what's the other? It's the same thing, but it's American Tires or something. That's the big company. And up there, everything's less swaps. I think that was like the big tire company. And I remember going in there because I needed to get a tire, and that's where I saw the first time I ever saw snow tires. I was like, "What the hell is this stuff with metal rivets?" I thought it was a display for a tire that wouldn't go flat. That's how ignorant I was. I was like, "Oh man, these guys really went overboard with all the screws in the tire." But nope, they were snow tires.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but yeah, it was like I said, it was fun.
See,
We
I
did it
lived
for 3.
in Clearfield, Utah. Back when I was a kid, I lived in Clearfield, Utah. I guess it was like the bowl of Utah, is what they said.
Oh,
Because
okay.
when it snowed there, we lived on an ex-military base, and I mean, we just got pelted with snow. But like 5 hours later, it would be gone. But
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't get it. Colds like crazy.
Yeah, the only place the wackiest weather I have ever experienced is in Colorado Springs because we were there for like 3 weeks, and we were doing a training exercise, and I didn't ever understand. It would have been spring, I guess, because it was during March, April, somewhere around that time of the year. And I remember clearly in our briefing for when they were walking or were giving us the welcome, the very first thing they said is wherever you go, make sure you have your poncho with you. And they said it doesn't matter if it's sunny outside and it says it's not going to rain, you take your poncho everywhere you go. And you know, they told us to do it, so we did it. But I never realized why. But you could go through all 4 seasons in one day. I was like, what? You wake up, it's cloudy and dark, and it looks like it's gonna snow. And then a few hours later, it's real sunny and warm. And then the next thing you know, it's raining, and it's like, what the hell? All in one day. And it wasn't even in 12 hours. We're talking about 8 hour day. But that was like the weirdest weather I've ever experienced. It's too posh for me. Well, I didn't have a choice. I had to be there because we had to be at I think it's Fort Collins that's there. But yeah, no, that was. I remember. I remember clearly that weekend they were going to have a concert on base, and everybody was excited about it. But the 2 days prior to that morning of that concert, it had been raining. I was thinking, oh, they're going to cancel that event. There's no way in hell they're going to have it. And we woke up in the morning. It was still raining. I was like, yeah, they're going to postpone that. That's no way they're going to do that concert. And sure enough, by like 2 or 3 hours before the concert came through, that was nice weather. It didn't rain anymore. Oh man. Well, guys, I'm going to jump off because I need to go to bed. I got to get up in the morning to go to work. But thank you guys
Take care.
for allowing me to jump up here with you guys. I appreciate it.
Dude, thanks for hopping up. Always a great time to
Yeah,
have
you're
you up
awesome,
here.
Mr. Kelly. Thank you very much for coming.
Oh, no problem. Next time I see you guys on, I'll definitely swing by.
Awesome. Have a good night, man.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Have
Thank
fun.
you.
Sleep
Bye
well.
bye.
Well, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's good vibes, man. He's awesome. Everyone here is, I mean, this is awesome, and always an awesome crew. It's cool to see some new faces in here too from last week.
I'm gonna post our link. Oh shoot, I didn't do it right.
I'm wondering if it has to do with us going on a little earlier this time. Well, I guess at this point it doesn't matter. We're back on schedule.
No, we went on at 10 just like usual. Last time we went on at 10 also. I think we were like 2 minutes late last time.
That might have been what it was, yeah. I was definitely late last time. Definitely Tommy. He really does fit in with all personality types.
Yes.
Jeff, you talking about yourself? I had a ball with Jeff last time, man. That he's pretty wise. I know it comes with age because he's so old, all that wisdom, but I really appreciate him sharing that stuff.
Well, I put it up, Jeff. Come on up.
I had a ball with Adele last time, too. She's hilarious. That was a ton of fun. She's just always riffing, having a good time.
All right, is that a sponge filter at the bottom right of your tank? Or is that like a little barrel, or what is that?
That is the pre-filter sponge for my hang-on back. And I just took it off for a little more flow. And I just left it in there to stay, seated, but I never put it back on. So it's just chilling there now. Biological media.
Yep. I do apologize to anybody that I have promised equipment or anything to. I have had a really hard time of getting to the post office or doing anything recently, and it's been closed due to storm weather. I mean, granted, that's only the last 2 weeks, but it's been kind of terrible recently. So give me time, and we'll get stuff sent out to you if you're on here and I've promised you stuff.
Yeah, I know Jeff's wife was not pleased with him last time he stayed up with us until like morning time.
Oh, no.
But if anyone else in here wants to hop up, you want to hang out, show off your fish tanks, show off your house plants, whatever, come on up.
Well, we're almost to our full offered stream.
Yeah, definitely something to be cognizant of, not running out.
I don't know. Maybe I finally came to terms with the fact that with me streaming, she's pretty cool with it now. At first, she was like, "My God, why are you always on the computer?" But now it's gotten pretty okay. Thank you, Jeff. No, not that kind of equipment. I'm not servicing that type of equipment. No, I'm sending Moose a backpack for one of his aquariums, and then I think Boots Cats was going to be getting some. I'd have to go back into my emails, but I think it was Boots Cat and somebody else.
Ian's lurking, getting some caffeine.
You.
Yeah, Dusty, I gotta send you a mic, man. It's like you're clear, and then it cuts out, and then you're clear again. I'm guessing it's the mic. It could be the service, but your video's coming through crystal clear.
I'm wondering if it's my computer. Very seriously, the side of my computer is literally hanging off of the computer. And it's a brand new computer. But like the whole entire left-hand side of it where the power cable connects and all my plugins for my video camera and everything connect, it's literally hanging off the side of the computer. It's like bent. The whole side of my computer is broken. So and I don't get it because it's brand new, but it's an HP. I mean, it's an expensive computer, and it's just falling to pieces in front of me. And I can't even upload videos anymore or put videos on the computer because my USB or not USB, my card reader for my camera, what is it? The SD card slot gave out and quit working too.
Could be worth trying. I know you can get some pretty cheap ones. Maybe like a USB mic.
Well, that's what this is a USB mic and camera. Here, I'll show you what I'm using. I mean,
you got those gaming headphones for that, right?
Yeah, here, I'll show you. I just plugged in a brand new pair of gaming headphones, and what I usually use is these with a nice boom mic on them, but it seems like nothing, no matter what I do, it's always just static or something, so I don't know. I'm trying.
Okay. Yeah, right now you're coming through great again, so...
I mean, I could plug in my actual, I have a mic, but here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. 1 second.
We can do a test, live test.
I have this. I have an actual desk mic, but if I put that on, then you'll be hearing yourself talk because there's two people on this stream. You know what I mean?
Right. That's where the mic. Then you'd have to wear normal headphones to hear and not get the feedback.
Well, no, with this mic, you'd still get the feedback from. Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Bluetooth works well for me because then I can move around and my sound stays the same.
Welcome, Adele.
Hi, guys.
Hey, she's here. What's up, Adele?
Yeah. Not much. I'm officially on annual leave for 3 weeks today.
Oh, awesome.
Party.
First day of doing not much.
How's the tank looking?
I am officially.
That's looking pretty good.
In a year and a half.
So I got some driftwood yesterday.
Hey.
Which I actually really like. It's Tweedy wood, which I've never heard of. It's not bad. It's quite nice. And I think the guppies really like it because they've been picking at it today.
I love wood in the aquarium, man. That's what this...
and the other thing that I've done, is, I don't know whether you'll be able to see, I've put some extra LEDs on my light.
Oh, cool.
So I went and got a roll of LED. Yeah, so...
I'm sorry, Silver. I saw you waving in the background. I'm like, oh, dear Lord, he's there. And I was like,
hi, Tommy.
Hello, Adele.
Yeah.
I wasn't there for long, Dusty. It was just for 5 seconds.
So I basically just went and bought an LED strip. Yeah, you done it to me too, Dusty. It left me there for ages. The only thing I don't like is that the double-sided tape doesn't seem to stick very well.
Is that your new tank, Adele?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's coming together. I really like this piece of driftwood.
I do too.
It just fits in here too.
It does. That's really pretty. I'm kind of jealous. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a lot jealous.
I've got some extra black gravel that I'm gonna put in over the top, just in the areas that are a bit lighter.
Oh wow!
I've kind of messed it all up, but yeah, there's actually more gravel on this side than there is down the other end. Oops.
A little bit of slope is fun, though.
Yeah. Oh, look, you see it going? Guppy's going nuts right now. These guys are living their best life. Oh my god, space!
Oh, hold on. I'm about to show you something. The project I'm working on. But it's late, so I don't have lights plugged in. So give me a second. There we go.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I did the black background this morning as well. So I did the lights in the background.
Yeah, the background.
Ooh.
I love the black backgrounds.
Oh, look at that!
Cool, I love
That's
that
really
little
cool.
staircase.
That is from one piece of slate here that I had that I broke into pieces and pieces and pieces and spent like 2.5 hours with my gimpy little missing finger hand that can't function at half of normal human capacity to put
Thanks,
all of
Jeff.
these little pieces in here, and then like all the little rubble pieces down here.
I did like a tiny little water change before because I noticed there was a lot of mold on the gravel, so I just kind of did a quick little gravel vac, and I've added some extra water, and it's cleared up quite nicely now. Actually, wondering if that was all it needed.
Gravel.
I love that staircase look with that. That's sweet,
I know.
Tommy.
I want more plants though. I'm gonna try and get some different kinds of plants going.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do like some rickia or some moss or something on the wood itself or underneath it to make it feel like it's all been pushed to like that one side where the plant is.
Yeah.
That'd be
Well, see,
cool.
I've got this massive Anubias nana that's like running out of driftwood. And
that is a pretty big nana.
There's visible clumps. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull sections of that and put it on the new driftwood. Like along that big long stem there, I could do quite a nice one. It'll grow in really nice.
Oh yeah, that'll be real pretty.
Yeah.
What kind of fish do you have in there?
I've just got like guppies in there.
Oh, okay, guppies.
They're just to help it cycle because I've only had water in it since the 20th.
Heck yeah. That is so cool. That's a good looking tank. Great size too.
Yeah. I'm thinking like, because it's over here, it's 130 liters to 34.5 gallons, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at it and I'm going, it actually looks more like a 40 breeder.
Yeah.
Like from what I've seen. So yeah, I don't know. It's like halfway in between a 30 and a 40.
Heck yeah. Well, that's mostly what y'all are seeing in the background here. This is like a 29, a 29, a 20. And other than my 120 that's in here, like everything's 40 or under.
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than a 29.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've got a 37 that I run too.
37? Random.
It is.
Yeah.
Like a 30-inch wide, 2 foot tall, and 12-inch deep tank. So it's like really cool for like if you've got a bunch of stem plants. So I do a bunch of moss in it and Ludwigia and Rotala. So that way
I'd love some Ludwigia.
That way it can grow really tall.
It's so pretty.
But that's the 37. And yeah, it's
a similar footprint. Adele looks perfect in your tank lineup.
Ludwigia and then all the Rotala over here. Pardon my random writings. I have a lot of stuff written on my tanks. Like that one's completely covered in writing. It's ADHD, man. You gotta like find a way to remember all the stuff that you watched and said. It's like crap. What did Grant Eater say on that last live about GH and KH for Neocaridina shrimp? Shit, I better write it down.
Notes. That's awesome.
And
that's where you just go into the video and clip it, and then save the clips.
Oh, I'm too lazy for that.
Totally.
I just write it down. Like seriously,
Who's got
like I'll
time?
ask
Who's got time to push a button?
exactly. No, like I'll ask questions in live, and while I'm asking them, I'll pull out my like neon dry erase marker and be like, okay, they're answering it. I've got to write this down like right now. I'm gonna forget it forever if I don't write it
Oh,
down now.
absolutely, Craig. I know Belinda's super keen to send me some fish from you guys, but I don't want to rush it. I don't want to, get them here and then they die in my tank because it hasn't been cycled long enough.
Do we still not know what Belinda's sending you?
No, I don't,
It's
and I
still a
haven't actually
surprise?
asked. Yep, it's just a surprise.
That's all.
That's why I haven't actually bought anything to put in it. I'm taking the guppies out. Like, they're just in there to help cycle the tank. So I had 3 in there for a couple days. I've added some more this morning. And I'm pretty sure there's still one teeny ass little baby in here somewhere.
Yeah, big fan of the fish-in cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I did the filter floss. I squeezed out the filter floss.
Baby.
Yeah, there's one tiny little guppy in there because I put babies in there first, and then I pulled as many of them as I could out, and then put 3 adult males in, and then this morning I added more males. So I'm trying to like slowly bring up.
Ooh.
You've
all
got
of
to
the-
build them a harem now, a harem of guppy
No, because
women.
they're all going back into their harems. They've been pulled from the harems.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so you
Yeah.
just pulled them out from what you had. That's awesome. That's smart.
Yeah.
'Cause you're like,
Hey,
it's
Dusty, will you
extra
pin
beds.
Amisa's question?
These are just
Yes.
my muck guppies. They're nothing special to me. So I
Um,
figured if they died,
Maybe I missed it. I mean, how do y'all keep track of water change parameters, change, etc.? Honestly, I let my tank evaporate for up to a week, and I will fill it. And then in that week, I will fill it if it needs to be filled. And at the end of the week, I do a water change.
So a lot of people talk about doing water changes, but I don't really do them that often.
Nice. I'm glad you said that. Dude.
I don't do them as often as I should either.
I get so much
That's why I have
evaporation out of
plants.
these tanks. Like seriously, I just top them off with rainwater or inline filtered water with some prime or insert brand specific water conditioner here, and that's it.
Amisa, personally, I just watch my tanks and look for things.
Yeah.
And then
The
I
fish
know
tell you
it's
when
been
they
too
need
long.
some fresh water.
100%.
Your fish will
Also,
tell
with
you.
snails, yeah, watching the snails, I keep a bunch of mystery snails, and if there's something wrong, they will all be up at the surface before the fish show any signs of it.
That's it right there, man. Mystery snails. That's one of the best. One of the
Don't let it
best
fool you that
They're
my
like
tanks are
they're
nice.
canaries,
It's
aren't
like
they?
an hour and a half.
They
Like an hour and a
are.
half to hour 45 minutes cooking in a live stream.
Wait, what?
Dusty, I think you got 2 mics coming through. Or
Nobody heard
we get the
anything.
echo.
Yeah, it was
that's
echoed.
it.
We couldn't hear you very well.
My 046 got one last night. It's been about 2 months.
Craig, and I do a water change when I look at a tank
Is it
and it
better
needs it
Yeah.
exactly. If
I don't
it's
know about the rest of
low-
y'all, but if I look at my tanks and I can see that the water is super green, I go, yeah, time for a change.
It depends too.
Yeah,
Like the
me
tank
too,
behind me
totally.
right here, I do more water changes in because it has a lot more plants, and I know the plants really appreciate more often of water changes to just increase the level of oxygenation. But like I found some tips and tricks that not a lot of people will talk about when it comes to growing your plants and stuff like that. And that's like giving your plants more of a dark cycle, because when your plants are in that dark cycle, when they're not photosynthesizing, so if there's not light, on your plant, when it's like a stem plant, so like your stem plants like Rotala, Ludwigia, that the leaves will end up folding up at night. When they
Yeah.
do that, those plants are producing a measurable amount more of CO2 than they are when they're photosynthesizing. So it's like finding that balance of light versus not light, and
Yeah.
depending on what substrate you have to like develop that. But yeah, like I've been playing around with that a lot lately. It's been a lot of fun. I'm getting some really,
Interesting.
really good results too. Like only running like 8 hours a day, like highlight, running prime highlight for 4 hours of the day during peak hours. And you know, like if from the tanks that I have like a sunset and sunrise mode, running 4 hours of peak, like full on light, and then letting that die down and then cutting it off after 8. And they're doing so much better. Like my Ludwigia that are red, and my Rotala that are red, and my Crypt bronze that show more of like the red or bronze color in them. When I'm putting them on that different light cycle, more of that red just like pops out. It's insane. Like you can see like right here behind me, right here, that red, like right above my finger. That's why it's so red right there. Even in the background, you can see it because of the same thing. No CO2 in the tank, no CO2 in any of my tanks, but it's just natural CO2 from the substrate that I use, and from that dark cycle, from allowing the plants to actually build up their own CO2 within the water column. Or sorry, not the water column, but within the established environment itself.
That's a good point, Tommy. That brings up another point with my plants here. I'll notice the plants will grow very fast after water change, and then once they start slowing down, I know it's time.
Yeah,
and you do the water change, and you'll see them, oh my gosh, purling like crazy, and then jumping.
Yep. Yep. And if you've got a plant that's getting really close to flowering, I've got a. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, and if you've got a plant that's close to flowering, so if you've got like an Anubias or a Ludwigia that's getting close to the top of the water, or is at the top of the water and is getting close to flowering, or if you've got water wisteria, which will even flower below the surface, a good tip: shut off your light for an entire 24 to 36 or 48 hour period. That lower light period will force grow the flowers to come out, because the amount of CO2 that's being pushed into the plant, and because of the amount of energy that the plant is trying to harness all into one when it's thinking that it's like a dark cycle. So what that's doing is it's like not just emulating darkness, but like emulating a storm as well. So if you've noticed, like with terrestrial plants as well, when it storms, you're going to have a lot more flowers pop up. So if you emulate that same thing and do like at least a 24-hour darker cycle with maybe some overhead light. So like if I were to take off this tank behind me, if I were to shut the light off, but y'all can still see the light in it from the overhead, boom, that's enough. That's all it needs. And if it just gets that much light during that photosynthetic period that the flowers are trying to bloom, it's going to force bloom those flowers to where they'll actually pop up and pop out a lot quicker than they normally would. So if you're getting close to that flowering period, shut off your lights for a full day, then turn them back on for actually like a larger cycle. So instead of doing like if you're trying to force flower, instead of doing like the 8 hour, run them for like 12 hours that next period, 12 to 14 hours that next period. After you've shut them off for like a full day, your flowers will just go berserk.
This Anubias flowered one time, and that was just after I got it. And that's like 4 years old now.
Heck yeah. Anubias flowers are so pretty too. They like unfold.
They're really cool.
And like shoot up the little
They
stamen.
remind me of like peace lilies.
Yes, a lily flower. That's perfect. Yeah, I've got one that's flowering right now in this tank right here. Yeah, they're really
I can't
pretty.
have those in the house because I have a cat.
Yeah. I got some water wisteria that's flowering too, and they're pretty similar. Like the
Really? I
yeah,
didn't
they're
know
like
they flowered.
water wisteria. Yeah, like have you?
Yeah. Well, that's what I've got in these
Welcome,
tanks.
Papa.
It's a water wisteria.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna flower like crazy, Adele. So like the ones that
Good.
I have, like your carnivorous plants, how they have
And they're
that
like
weird,
12 inches at least. Like
weird
they're massive.
opening on them, almost like a lily, but they kind of open like an orchid, kind of. So they'll
Oh,
open like
okay.
that. The ones that I have are white with like purple, like bright, beautiful purple specks all over
Wow.
it. So
Well,
yeah,
if
your
I can get
water.
it to grow successfully in this tank, I think they'll flower.
Oh yeah.
I just think the 5-gallon tanks are too small for them to get big enough.
It should do great in there. I mean, I've got my water wisteria out in one of my outdoor ponds right now, so and it's doing
Ooh.
really good out there.
Nice, Jeff.
Those are the only
Yeah,
things that
I
I've got
haven't-
to
I
flower
I didn't
so
even
far.
know it flowered. That's so cool, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they'll flower all over. Like every single node that's on that plant
Wow.
can shoot off a flower. Like that one, is that what that is? That whole corner is water wisteria?
Yeah, all of this is water wisteria.
Okay, so yeah, just on that plant
Pretty much.
alone, you could have over a dozen flowers.
All of this side of the tank is all water wisteria. That's
Oh,
all
awesome.
wisteria there. That's wisteria. There's wisteria and hornwort. Wisteria.
That's awesome.
It's everywhere.
So-
And it grows differently in every tank. It's weird.
So how long do you run your lights for?
Anywhere between 8 and 12.
Okay. Try shutting them
It
off
just
after
depends.
once that wisteria has been in the tank for 2 weeks. Shut your light off completely. Shut your light off completely for a full photogenic period, like a full circadian period, like 24 to 36 hours. And watch it over the next couple days, and you may see like some buds actually pop up on the wisteria. But yeah, they'll throw flowers all over it. They're beautiful.
Wow. Oh, man. And you watch. They will never flower now.
They will. I will walk you through it. We'll make this happen.
I'm just
Never
like,
say
damn, now I
never.
know they flower. They never will. Just
Yes.
out of sheer spite.
I'm a yes man. We're gonna make it happen.
I'm looking forward to getting some different plants in this tank, though, because it's so much bigger than the 5 gallons. I can actually get a different variety of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Some stuff that grows a little bit taller or faster.
A little
yeah.
bigger, a little bushier. I don't know. I could get some swords. I could get some Java fern.
Well,
I kinda like the swords.
ferns and swords, they'll grow, but like, so like a lot of people on ferns especially, you'll see instead of leaf growth on the plants, you'll see rhizome growth, like the plant, like the fern is trying to grow new plants. I found out from, I think it was Coro Works that I was talking to, Coro Doolin, King Coro Doolin.
Quirky.
Quirky. That. Oh, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. ADHD was kicking in.
Rhizomes, plants growing.
Don't worry.
Anubias. Rhizome growth as opposed to leaf growth.
Yeah, can't remember. It happens sometimes. This is human, y'all.
That's a brain fart.
I can only give so much information before it shuts down, and it's shut down. I just hit the blue screen of death.
Buffering
Overload.
symbol. Buffering.
As soon as I got sidetracked and started reading comments and was like, wait, what the heck was I talking about? Crap. Now I can't remember.
So, Dusty, is that your new tank? Is that the 75 you set up?
Yes, that
Oh,
is
Jeff's
that's
going for a
75
nap.
I
Good
set
night,
up
Jeff.
today. Hold up a second.
Oh,
Ooh.
Nice. Yeah. I
Ooh,
got
I like
a
that.
awesome deal on this piece of lava rock. It was $8. I talked them down from I don't know. I think it was 20 or something. Maybe it was more. Maybe it was 30. I don't remember. But I talked them down to like $8. And yeah, I
Wow.
couldn't believe it because this is just a massive piece of lava rock.
That's a big
And
chunk of
I
rock.
don't know. Would y'all set it up any differently than I did?
Hmm.
no, man.
I don't
it's
know.
You got to do you no matter what. Like if it's something that's appealing to your eye, then that's what you should go for. Because like even if you're copying somebody else or something like that, or going off of what somebody else says, and you do what they do, and like later on down the road, you're going to end up looking at that and go, yeah, that looks cool, but it's not me. It's not what I did.
Yeah.
You know, if it's something that you did, you're going to feel a lot better about it. Then go for it. I like it.
See, I
I mean,
put
I've
one.
been very
I
inspired
put
by
one
people's.
tiny little.
Sorry.
Convict cichlid fry in here just to see how it would do overnight. And because I watched the rock really well, but I don't exactly trust it yet. You know, the big piece of lava rock because it sat in somebody's yard or something for years because it had dirt all over it. So I washed it and everything, took care of it, and then put it in here. But I'm testing it out for 24 hours with a little fry to see how the fry does over 24 hours period. And then I'm going to add actual fish to it. And I haven't decided if I'm getting brand new fish to add to it or if I'm going to throw my fire mouths in there. But I just got a breeding tub too. So, I mean, I don't know which way to go at this moment, if I'm going to get new fish or what.
Tommy, I like that point you made about looking at your fish tank. And I'll just add on to that. Every tank I've set up, at some point, it just looks awesome. Regardless, you know, if there's plants in there, they start doing stuff. It starts looking cool.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I was talking to Mexicali that you had on
I'm sorry,
earlier, and Steve, Warrior Planted Tanks as well, about the scape that I'm working on right now that I was showing y'all. And like that's not something that I'm doing for YouTube. Like I'm not making that scape to make it on YouTube or create content for it. It's like
It's a personal pursuit. It's not for
yes,
content.
it's exactly, Adele, exactly. It's like it's my therapy. It's like this. I need to do this. I need to put my mind on something. I need to focus on something that's like such a challenge to me, especially with this one, because like with my gimpy hand, it's really hard to get all those little pieces in there. So it was a challenge to myself. It's not something that I feel like I have to share with everybody, but like, so it's not one that I'm making like, you know, a big video on or doing any kind of production on. It's just, it was for me, you know, and I think that's important. Like you need to make sure that you're doing stuff for you. Like it brings you joy. It makes you happy, makes you feel like you're the awesome one. Like I did that. That was me. That's cool.
Wow, Craig. Craig's dreaming about Ian in a fluorescent thong.
He means the flip flops, right? Because you're from Australia.
Sorry, what?
He means the flip flops, right? Because that's what you call them.
No, I think he means as in like thong, not flip flops. Thong.
Dusty, man, that rock would look sick with a bunch of shrimp on it.
I was gonna put this lava rock in a 55-gallon aquarium in my bedroom because I wanted to enjoy it all the time and watch the fish swim under it and everything. But my 55, I don't know, it's not any different than anybody else's 55, and it's 1.5 inches too wide on any side of it to get it into the tank. And I didn't want to break a piece off of it, so I was like, forget it. So I had to put it in.
I got real lucky with this one.
Can you place a long piece of plywood I love when it works out like that. Would you, Dusty? Would you
What?
be able to put a piece of plywood, like a long piece? You think you could put a piece of plywood across like whatever dresser you're putting on it or whatever?
I did
To
that
reach it
here.
over?
This right here is just like a cabinet that was left over, like a hanging cabinet for a wall. And I took a piece of plywood, set it on top of it, and I've got my tanks on it.
No. I
Redneck
wasn't talking
fixes
about the
for the
dre-
win.
dresser
I mean-
stuff.
Coffee table,
The piece,
buffet.
the piece of rock
I got a
itself
TV
is
stand
an
over
inch and a
there.
half too wide
Oh,
to fit into the tank. It's not the dresser
Oh,
that's too short or needing plywood. The rock itself is too big to even fit in the tank.
I see.
Ooh.
these guys are freaking feisty.
I gotcha. Awkward, dude.
Here,
That
I'll
thing-
see if I can. I'll walk away from the screen and I'll show you a better view of this rock. Hold up. I won't be able to hear anybody talking for a little bit.
Dude,
of
I would
reset, so
love to
just
see some
understand.
shrimp on that.
Right?
Okay. Who
Well,
doesn't
Dusty,
think a
while you
bunch
can
of, like,
still hear
Amano
me-
shrimp
Oh.
and cherry shrimp in there would look sick.
I've got to bounce out, y'all.
I just see.
I just
Oh, bye,
gotta.
Tommy.
Yes, I just got a message from my wife, and I don't want to be in the doghouse. So,
Oh yeah.
thank y'all for
Well,
letting
thanks
me
for
come
hopping
up.
up,
I
Tommy. That was fun. I liked seeing your tanks. Yeah.
I love long fins.
appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys.
I
Y'all are
kinda-
awesome.
I kind of don't want 30 of them though, but I like long fins.
For sure. Bye, you
Yeah,
guys.
it's like you like long fin. I've got a batch
Right,
of
Tommy.
30 in the box at the moment.
Yeah, that rock is sick, man. I could see like a bunch of cherry shrimp all in those green plants. And why
Right.
not throw like some big bamboo
Well, I
shrimp
want
on
to
there?
do. I want plants to hide like the filter intake and the heater. I do need to get a sponge filter for the back corner. So from what I've noticed, the back right-hand corner doesn't get a lot of flow through it, and all of the soot and gross stuff just sort of sits there. So I've got like a little tiny mini canister filter in there right now just to circulate that corner a bit better. It's working for now.
Dude, that lava
God,
rock
that is a
huge.
massive hunk of rock. That's huge.
That's awesome. Dude, and bamboo shrimp, like, I can't use them because they're so big, they will, like, my little tanks, it will just throw the whole scale off. But, like, on there, that would look sweet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like big fish in a small tank. But the scale, I really keep that in mind when I'm stocking my tanks because I don't know. Yeah, small fish.
Oh, that'd
Like,
be
with my
awesome,
pea
Craig.
puffer. With the pea puffer, I do not want to have like, I don't know, medium-sized fish, even guppies. But having like my small endlers and the little rasboras in there, it keeps the scale nice, and the pea puffer doesn't look tiny. Scale.
Did y'all
I
see that
love
it's from the
pea
tip of my
puffers.
fingers?
Dusty, dude,
Yeah,
we were
it's
just
Did y'all see
going
that it's
off
from
on
the
It's freaking huge.
It's from the tips of my fingers to my elbow. I mean, it's like 2 feet long, and then it's again like 2 feet, 2.5 feet wide.
Boots,
Dude,
cats,
that's-
boots, cats,
So,
boots,
so I was,
cats.
and you couldn't hear me, Dusty, but I was like, dude, bamboo shrimp would
Damn.
look sweet on that giant rock because that's a big shrimp.
Yeah.
The scale would be perfect.
Right?
Yeah, I do plan on putting some shrimp in that tank, actually. So
Dude,
Did you watch Bentley's video on filter placement in the tank? It was interesting. No, I haven't, Debs.
All right, so I'm going to do a little tour of my planted 10-gallon here to show off. Because now Misa's like, dude, she's got the same freaking fish as me, I guess. Dude, these sparkling gouramis are hilarious, though. Dusty, you mind popping me big?
Oh my
I'm
god, I want sparkling gourami. That's so cute.
Pretty low light.
I like
Dude.
that.
Let's see, that's the male. Dude, and he is not scared of anything. Like, he is the tank boss.
Oh, it's so
He'll take
tiny.
food from my pea puffer.
Wow.
And then his girl is over here. And they've spawned for me a couple times.
They're
The
so
fry were tiny. That
tiny.
was early on. They haven't, you know.
Now
But
these
he's a
they
jerk to
croak
her,
as
but
well, don't they?
They do. And when I used to have this tank in my bedroom, and hearing that croaking at night was just so cool. It's hilarious. It's loud. Like, you can hear it from the room over.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's really loud. Probably my loudest fish.
That's kind of why I wanted to get them, just because they croak.
Totally. Dude, and look at this. This has gotten so much more algae since
Wow.
last week. Just my little
Just
farm.
a
And they'll
little
chill
bit.
up in there, too. Yeah, and it's blocked the algae from this piece of driftwood, too. Should we go for the incest tank tour?
Don't drop your phone.
Oh, man. I got the case on, so.
God, that was so
Man. And then I made this.
That was
Shoot. That was hilarious. I need light. I think I could put this light on there, maybe. I made this, like, lava rock cave. I don't know if it's bright enough for you guys to see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I just super glued them together. I did the cigarette filter thing, and I did like a double arch. It gets real hated back there, but. And the shrimp have been surviving in here. They were spawning. I tell you, there's a little shrimp. Dude, and you can see stuff all swimming in this water, too. I have not changed this water in a long time, and that's why the sparkling gourami stopped spawning. Got some boost growing down there. Super slow. That's tiny boost. That's boost nana petite. No,
Boost nana petite. I think I found an online store here that has subwater tank. And I'm really kind of thinking about it. I've been kind of thinking on it. I really have. I like the look of it.
Dude, and it grows. It expands really fast too. Like, I just got a little clump. It took me like 2 years to find that stuff. And then this algae got out of control, so I just put moss in it, and it seems to be kind of like balancing it out a bit.
Balances it out.
It's whatever. I just dropped bloodworms up in that algae, and they store up in the subwater tank. And the fish can come pick it off. Like, my pea puffer, he's spoiled. I usually feed him with tongs. He will not go and pick up stuff off the ground. If it drops too low, and he's like, nah, and like, just wait for me to put something else in. So,
yeah, no, not spoiled at all. No way.
No, dude, he's my boy, though. I've had him for a while. Sounds good, Dusty. Yeah, that pea puffer is my little homie for sure. He's also like a diva. He will not.
I like that, Debs. That's funny.
What
Moose needs a tank ornament that looks like a phone.
Yeah, that pea puffer is a diva too. Like, I just turn the lights on and off and stuff. Sure. Yeah. Oh. It's hard to, like, I'm like looking at the tank and like moving the camera, you know what I mean? Can't see. Anyway, there's the couple. Nah, she's like not having it. The pea puffer will not come out after bedtime. Like, if I turn the lights off, look
that's
at him.
it.
Yeah, he will not. He'll like, even if I put food in there, he's like, nah, I'm sleeping.
Yeah. That's so funny.
Yes. And these guys are cool.
There's some mornings
I
I'll turn
went
my.
to this fancy aquascaping store.
Ooh,
Yeah, you
sorry.
Yeah, are you talking like hitting the snooze button?
I can't remember what I was saying now.
Yeah, those are the endlers I was talking about. Like, because that dorsal fin is so long, that's how you know, or that's one way you know that it's not like an N-class endler or whatever.
Some of my
Yeah,
guppies
these little
have
guys,
like
these little
massive
bluefin.
fins.
Yeah, that's what they've been selected for. Like, honestly, most of my female guppies, at least, I got a batch of them in a trade. All their top fins are huge, like almost back to the tail
Yeah,
fin.
my females not so much, but my males are like, yeah, super long fins. The blue boy that I got
Definitely.
from the LFS, he's got like Dumbo pectoral fins. So he's got like
Oh,
jazz hands
whoa.
going all the time. He's got the big fins.
That's
He's so
funny.
cute. But
We
he's
have a
so
betta like
tiny.
that.
Like he's so freaking tiny. He's just got these massive fins. He just looks really dorky.
Super cute. And dude, there's pygmy cories in here too. They're probably all sleeping still, but I've had the same 6 of them for a while now, and they laid eggs for me once. Like I said, I just don't get around to changing the water here. It's such like a delicate little ecosystem. But actually, yeah, they got like a new, I think I mentioned this last time. They got like a sick turkey baster water change thing at Walmart for nano tanks. And it's got a little basket on it, and you just pop it down there. I'll like let it rest and just like pump it a couple times, and it doesn't suck the fry up. So. But I just don't change the water in here, so the sparkling gouramis stopped spawning, and the pygmy cories as well. And like the TDS is like 250 probably out last I checked. And I do water changes, it'll drop to like 150. But I'd want to get it a little lower even. And there's so many rocks in here. So I just dropped all the most plain looking female guppies I have in here because I've been keeping my endlers in here, and I want more endlers. We'll call them endlers, they're endlers. But honestly, like that's the fry I want. I want to get away from the long fin guppies.
Yeah.
Because with all my community tanks, sooner or later one of them is going to get ripped up. So at least having these endler genetics to mess around with, you can start selecting for smaller fins. And this, I gotta trim this lotus back. It's like I let it go too long. But it's crazy, like within a day or two after trimming it back, it just takes off and you get like the nice like underwater tree look instead of like this surface look. And the crypts are doing well. I'll probably split this crypt into 2 and use it in my 40-gallon. Oh, there's some little cherries. Children. Yeah, this is definitely a fun one to watch. And the background is actually the insert from like one of those Exoterra terrariums. Just the foam insert, and I stuck it in there. Yeah, and it doesn't quite go all the way to the filter, but you don't see it too much. And the shrimp love it. I really just, one of these days, I'll pull it out, and I'm gonna super glue moss in all the cracks to make it like look living instead of something like living.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Anywho, oh, and those are the, yeah, like a living wall, and I could glue Java ferns in the cracks too. Oh, look, somebody woke up. Oh, he's back there.
Sorry about that, guys.
No problem, Dusty.
I was trying to get my
P-Puffer's waking up, please. Oh, really? That's annoying.
And it's still,
we just went on a deep
showing
dive,
video and everything on it. It's personal. Sorry, guys. I wasn't trying to miss it.
Oh, no problem. We can replay crew or replay crew. Yeah, he's waking up, but he's all shy. Ooh, Yeah, those sparklers are freaking hilarious, though. They're super dramatic. Like, they just be zipping all around, doing little ninja slices. What are you doing? And then these blue guys are the Axelrod eye Rasboras.
We've
They
got
called them
someone
neon.
in chat. Altaf Village Vlogs, English, please.
English? What?
He's speaking another language.
I don't know that language.
And
Oh, yeah. Oh, English only here. Unless it
What
was
happened
Spanish
to
and
Silver? Did
Mexicali
he
was
have to
still
go?
here.
Yeah,
he
he
went
had
to
to
bed.
go.
His wife got mad at him.
no, his wife was on her way home from work. She was on her way home from work, so he jumped down so they could spend some time together.
Hey, heavens. Welcome, Aldo. I'm sorry I didn't
That's
see you.
nice. And is Amisa still in here? If so, we'll watch the Rams for a minute. Here's the boost. Oh, we can watch the Rams either way. I guess, dude.
The boost is on fire.
Boosting cats and boosting cats and boosting cats.
We don't need no water. There's enough in the tank.
That's awesome. Boost. Yoink. So
Boosting
Dusty,
cats
you
and
in there?
boosting
You're gonna
cats.
get these boosting cats. That is the new song. That's awesome.
Am I gonna what?
Are you gonna get bamboo shrimp, or are you just leading me on? Oh boy.
You just threw
I could get shrimp. Well,
you just threw your
see, right
phone
now
again,
it's been
didn't
so
you,
hard.
Moose?
And I literally can't find it.
It's been so
I
hard
hope
to
it
get
didn't go in the tank.
We're over here, Moose.
Oh. Where?
I've had 4.
It's hard to get shrimp. Dude, Dusty, I could get you
I've
bamboo
had
shrimp
4
and
orders
send them to
canceled.
you, no problem. I got you, Dusty. I
can
got
handle
you, brother.
That's fine. Well,
Yes,
they keep on
okay, if you'll
canceling
put them in
orders
there.
because of the snow.
Oh, dude, I got you, man. Every store around here has bamboo shrimp, it seems like. And I just can't. Even in this 40-gallon, like, the scale would be all off. Like, to have all these little fish swimming around and just a shrimp, like, 3 times the size of them sitting on the log, you know?
No, but the issue is sending them in this weather.
Oh, we'll just have to time it. We'll do
That's
it
what I'm saying.
proper.
I have 4 orders of shrimp I'm waiting on still right now that I've been waiting on for about 2 months now.
What kind?
I have chocolate, cherry, I have purple shrimp, and then I have more of my Amano shrimp that I'm waiting for. And then I have something else I think I was getting gifted to me also.
Ooh, that's fun. That would be fun to play with. Dude, the Neos are so easy once you get them, like, acclimated.
Moose, if you don't start a series of videos and call them Moosecapades, I'm going to be really upset.
The Moosecapades? Oh, done. That is awesome. Done. Will do. 10 out of 10. Dusty, could you pop me back up here? Unless you guys
That was a Mace's idea, by the way, not mine. I had to call that out. That is that's a brilliant idea. That is brilliant.
You totally could have pulled that off. I'm not watching the chat, Adele. I would not know.
I'm not going to steal someone else's idea.
I know. So I got to trim this stuff and replant it, but finally it got rooted in here because this is just straight inert sand and some old gravel in the back, but mostly sand. So the plants are just getting rooted and now getting big. I love this green, but when it's, yeah, it looks nice when covering up the corners and stuff. But there's a lovely couple. They've been together
Aw.
for about a year. Oh wait, that is not her man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Drama.
That
The
is
drama.
You know what? Because that female that looks more colorful closer to us, she's been here for about a year. She's like the dominant female.
Ooh.
I mean, she chases the male around. And the guy next to her is the new male that I bought. And the dominant male, he's massive. And he's sleeping somewhere else by himself tonight. I don't see him.
Oh, he's in the doghouse.
Oh, it's getting spicy with the Rams. Look at him, look at Beauty. Oh man, that's crazy. And actually, it's sad. I got home today, and I had 2 pairs in here, and I was like, I want 3 females, but I lost one of the females, and I don't know why.
Aw.
Everybody's doing great. She was like, I think she got outcompeted for food a lot because she was real skittish and pretty small.
Aw.
So next time I'll probably go
that's
for
sad.
a bigger. Yeah. But the OGs are here. Rams, like, it's funny because you have to have at least 2, right? But realistically, they like to be in groups that have the social dynamics between them. So you want more.
Yeah.
You got to get the right ratio. And it's hard to tell the males from the females. And then even if you got it picked out, the second the net goes in, they all scatter. So really, and at the LFS, you can't really count on them to know either. So you just got to really look close and look for behaviors and stuff. But it's a balance of having enough hiding places to have enough rams and have the right male to female ratio, I suppose. In my experience.
I'm kind of hoping I have a male and a female otter. I'm kind of hoping. Yeah.
Ooh.
They're so cute.
Yeah. They're adorable. This guy has literally been straight chilling this whole time.
I've only got 2 so far, but I want more.
Definitely. And dude, honestly, like, it's hard to get healthy autosynclists, so I'll only buy the fattest ones I can find from like the best store that I know.
Oh.
And
Well,
I had like
I'm
up
lucky,
to 7.
yeah. Wow.
But I still, at a time, but still randomly, like whenever I get new ones, 1 or 2 of them will go, like, but then it'll balance out, like whatever crew is here. I still have like, I think 6 of them in here.
Hi,
But
Belinda.
really, it's just like coolies. Hey, Belinda. I want to have like, you want to have 1 million autos, 1 million Corys, and 1 million coolies. And it's just so much more fun.
I'm loving the auto zoomies. They crack me up every morning without fail. As soon as I turn the light on, they go into like exercise mode and they go nuts. It's crazy.
They're so funny. And their eyes are so big, they look like little cartoons.
Yeah, mine do too, Boots. They'll get lazy and forget that they're holding on to one spot on the side of the tank, and then they'll just slide down really slowly until they're like lying on the gravel, still attached to the glass. I've come along a couple of times and gone, oh my god, are you dead? Like, nope, Zoomie's gone.
Yeah, they're so funny.
They take off and go hide under a plant. Wow. They're so funny. But I'm struggling to tell them apart to know whether one's male and one's female.
Dude, I have no idea. It's got to be the fatness, right? Like, the females are probably just thicker.
Well, the coloring is supposed to be different. So the females have like the really striking dark colors, and the males have like a lighter brown pattern. But so both of them at the moment kind of have that darkness, and then every so often one of them will have like he'll pale a little bit, and I don't know. So I'm interested. I don't know whether they're just too young at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely get like lighter at night and stuff.
They're only like an inch long, so they're not fully grown yet.
I love when the Corys shoot to the top and grab air and then go back down real quick.
Yeah.
Adele, do you don't have Corys, right? Would you be down to put those
I have
in your
one.
tank?
I have a salt and pepper Cory in one of my 5-gallon tanks. He's my OG. She's my OG. It's a female. I got her when I got my first 5-gallon.
Nice.
So she
that
was
would be
in it.
a fun idea. Like putting her in the big tank and then getting some more of those.
Yeah.
Corys are
Yeah,
so
that's the
funny,
idea.
like-
I'd love some dwarfs.
Oh yeah, the pygmies, they're so cute.
The last time I bought Corys, I bought a salt and pepper and I bought an albino. The salt and pepper grew, like she grew real big. She was laying eggs and everything on the glass. The other one stayed like an inch and a half long. It was tiny.
I wonder if that was a male.
I don't know. I never found out.
I'm not too familiar with them. Yeah, I had my pygmy Corys for a while, but there's so many plants in there. I just don't like. I haven't tried to spawn them yet. I got enough projects already. But these are my first Corys that I've like had proper size. I got whatever that are bigger, and I've got 6 of them so far, and they're so funny when they team up. They start like hunting.
I love how they'll like wink at you. Like if they're happy and they're happy with you and they love you, they wink at you.
It's
freaking
cute. I've only had them a couple weeks so far, but I've been having so much fun with them. And actually, this is that DIY food I made. Those wafers.
Oh yeah.
Here, I got it right here. Here's the aquaponics. Oh, okay. Before we get to that, mint and oregano that I bought at the store in one of these little containers.
Nice.
And it was $2 for each one, and I got a ton, and I popped them all in here.
That is a great idea.
Oregano. There's mint. I forget which one in here is mint, but these big leaves. Yeah, super cheap. Cheaper than seeds, and are already alive and healthy. It's awesome.
I get seeds for about the same price. So we can get them. That we have like discount stores and stuff here, like Dollar Tree, and their seed packets are like $2 each.
Okay.
Where if you're going for seedlings from like a hardware store or something, you're going to pay a few dollars for a pack of 6 or 8 seedlings.
Ours are, I guess, between $2 and $4. At our store locally, they're like $3 something. Yeah, but also then you gotta wait,
Yeah.
Anyway, this is how that food turned out. Pretty nice and dry. I got like one of the silica packets in there to keep it dry, and it's super crispy.
Nice.
But it rehydrates pretty quick. We'll drop some in. The Corys love it, and the ram, that female, will like chase them all away and like take a whole piece to herself.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see. Did Debs time out that person? Does your Cory no, so this Cory has never laid eggs. I know she's a female just from looking. Yeah. Belinda helped me figure out that she was a girl just from her size and how she sits on the bottom. Like the boys will lay flat on the substrate. The females will use like their little anal fins. Yeah.
Interesting.
They just kind of, they sit a whole different way on the bottom of the tank.
Oops, I scared her.
Sorry, guys, I'm having technical difficulties with one of my cams.
Oh, no. Oh, hang on. It's loading.
Showing. Which, troubleshooting. So this food will soak up the water pretty fast. And then it gets turns into like a soft wafer, and it'll stay there for like a day or two.
Nice.
What up?
It's like the slow and low.
Alright. Hey, Ian.
Ian, what's up, dude?
Good to see
Nah.
ya.
Yeah, man, it's been a little bit. Working like
Males are
crazy.
thinner, yeah. So female Corys are real fat, especially around their top half. Males are thinner, little smaller. They don't have such a pronounced ridge on their head, like going back to their dorsal fin. Yeah. I only knew that my Cory had laid eggs because I found 2 on the glass in a 55. And then my Angel's egg.
Well, you just had the one. Oh, she was just laying. Oh, I can see.
Yeah, so they weren't fertile. They were
Right, 'cause
they were
they'll
empty
lay 'em.
eggs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, these guys are new. They haven't done that yet. But my pygmies did lay eggs all along the inside of the crypt leaves. The crypt Wendidii.
When do you?
What?
When do you?
Wendtii.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever sounds better because it's Latin, right?
Totally, yeah. Dude, and Latin's a dead language, right? So nobody's keeping
Isn't
the
it?
rules on it.
Just say it with confidence is what I always say.
Right? Yeah.
They'll believe you.
Yeah.
Just roll with it.
Just roll with it,
Right.
man.
The whole point of a word is to get an idea across. So if it does that, then it's been successful, right?
Mm-hmm. I've always said Wendidii, but
When daddy I.
Wendidii, cool. I like that.
Is that WEN? Oh, shoot. I know the word off the top of my head. I can see it.
Spelling bee,
That's
whoever
the-
spells it right first.
Stop? No. Yeah.
Point.
Who gets a gold star today?
I like the hap and the bat points. I think that's fun.
oh, dude, HAP and BAP programs are so
Ooh.
fun. If you are not in your local club doing HAP and BAP, you gotta get in your local club and do that.
I can
Pay
see
the membership.
trend.
Support the clubs, and you get to trade fish and plants with other local fish keepers.
Holy
Which is
crap! That is a big freaking
I'm
worm.
having, yeah. Where?
Sorry, I'm looking.
Be nice.
I've just found what I thought was a detritus worm, but I didn't know they were this big.
It was poop. Was it poop?
It's a planaria.
No, I don't even know if you'll be able to see it. It's huge.
Is it a leech?
It's missing. No.
Could be a leech. There's all sorts of worms.
Yeah,
Father Fish would
gone.
say, "What's the problem? That's free food."
It's free food.
That's free food.
The problem is my guppies don't eat them.
Uh-huh. So
I've seen them look at them. They look at them. They go to like touch it, like nah, and swim away. They don't like them. Even the babies. The babies like eh.
I think it's pretty crazy, the freshwater pests, like the planaria, the detritus worms, and maybe the odd
Everywhere.
leech and scuds. Seems to be about it, but everybody freaks out about them.
Yeah.
And I'm chilling here with my
everything
saltwater
in
tank
balance,
with
right?
these bristle worms. You guys ever seen a bristle worm?
Yes,
they have,
I've
like, the
looked
hairs,
those up before.
like the yeah.
I got a
Those
ton
things
of
are
those.
scary.
How big is it?
Nothing eats them.
It's pretty big.
The worms?
Yeah.
The biggest one I've seen was like 6 inches all the way stretched out.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, man, like they're pretty big, and they just kind of come out of the rockwork whenever I feed, or when the lights go off. They just come out of the rockwork at the stand, and they're everywhere. And I've also got
So
a
my
really
question is,
big.
what does eat them? Like a puffer?
Apparently, some type of wrasse will eat them, but I don't want any wrasse in my tank right now. But I think like maybe bigger
That's fair.
butterflies and triggers, predatory fish maybe, but I don't know. I know there's an invertebrate crab, the arrow crab, I think eats them.
Oh, you want that in your tank?
No, because I think that will mess with my pistol. Or my pistol shrimp will kill it. Because it's killed every
Oh, you
other
got
shrimp I've put
pistols.
in that. Yep,
Cool.
he's
So
a
you have
cool little dude.
multiple, and they're chilling, or you got just one?
Just one worm or one pistol shrimp?
Pistol shrimp.
So I have 2 pistol shrimps, but they're in their own tank.
They don't get along with each other, right? The shrimp.
No, I'm not gonna put them together. I got one smaller shrimp species in a 10-gallon, and then I've got the bigger one in the
I see.
bigger system.
Cool.
But
That's
apparently,
funny
this
that they
bigger one
won't
I
eat 'em.
got,
I guess it's not enough of a fight.
I don't know, man. He seems to just eat the stuff that's like.
About the Corey sitting. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Belinda and I were talking about it because I'm like, well, I don't even know if the Corey that I have is a girl or a boy. I've just been calling it he like its entire life. And Belinda sent me a photo of male and female Corys. And like you can see the females are fatter. They have a more pronounced forehead, for lack of a better word. And the way that they sit, they will sit on their anal fins. So the little flippery anal fins that they use to plant eggs when they're breeding.
Oh, all the
Mine
time?
kind of sits up like she just kind of chills out.
They never sit flat?
Not that I've really ever noticed.
Interesting. Yeah, Corys are pretty new to me, besides the pygmies, and they're so
But
small.
because the females are usually more round, I think that's why they sit funny.
Oh, does anyone know what this fish is in the back? Like a Stiphodon or some sort of goby or something? He's pretty feisty. I have no idea what it's called.
Put it on the big screen.
1 second. Working on it.
Pick me up, Dusty.
Nope.
3,
All right.
2, there you go.
This guy right there. He's like right between the log. He'll come back out. There he goes.
Oh, that's funny.
One second. Working on it. Keeps on kicking you out.
I love that ram.
Yeah, dude, that's the dominant female in here, and the dominant male, like I said, is a chonk, but he's not been colored up as much since I introduced the second pair. But oh man, dude, I got a short of the rams dancing. Dude, if anyone wants to drop it in the chat, sure. If not, just go check it out. Like, dude, the way he got up, he like grinded all sideways. It was awesome. He's a homie. She's a homie. And then the new male over here, the subdominant male, is smaller and definitely way more colorful.
Mm.
But he's not colored up because he's so much smaller than this guy, and his forehead is massive, so he always wins when they're butting heads or ramming. But she is honestly like the tank boss, which is funny. And she's got the streamers coming in on her back tail. They're kind of like split off and funny, but oh, look at that. He's looking good right now.
I like that. I like that. I've noticed some female cichlids, when they get real dominant, they'll get streamers like a male cichlid. When normally they'll have like rounded fins.
Yeah.
Because I've had a couple of super aggro
round what?
females. I've had super aggro females that just become tank bosses, and they look almost like males, but it's clearly a female.
Right, and once they're spawning and that vent drops, or I think it's a vent,
Yep.
you call it, right there. Yep. That helps. But yeah, it's funny, like online I've seen females with like long streamers, and you, like, you know, trying to pick off that, you just be wrong. She's getting them. She was tiny when I got her, so she's
That
gotten
kind of
pretty
just
bulky.
reminded me of Alex's latest video. Alex Williamson, Secret History Living in Your Aquarium, did a video about like sexes and like male and female behaviors, and it was really educational.
I forgot to watch that today.
Genders and all that, gender
And he was
roles and
talking
things
about-
in fish, and yeah, it was interesting.
Cool.
Well, it is interesting because a lot of fish, especially saltwater fish, straight up just change genders. They're all
Yeah.
born one
There are-
gender, and then they switch halfway through their life.
I know
Adult
that
life.
there's a few
Right, and
different
aren't
kinds
there-
of fish, but there's one where the female is the one that has the bright color instead of the male.
A lot
that
of
sort
fish
of
are
thing.
like that.
And can't they change? Can they change from like hormones being released? Wasn't that something you
I
were
think
saying
some can.
back in the day?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I think it has to do
Or
with
they can change
hormones
like midway.
and dominance. You know, like whoever is dominant. Because with
Yeah.
Anthias and wrasses, they're all born female, and same with clownfish and damsels. And the most aggressive,
really
most
like
dominant
wrasses,
one in the
they're
group they'll become the super male. And then the less dominant ones, they'll become
If only sparkling
into
brownies could do that. Oh, he's getting freaky.
Wow, chicken, wow, wow.
Well, actually, clownfish are the opposite. They're all born male, and the most aggressive, most dominant, biggest one becomes female.
Whoa. Cool. Just one?
Yep. If you have like say you buy a group of 30 clownfish from a breeder, and they're all the same size, and you put them in a tank, there's going to be one that is going to control all of the little boys, and that's going to become a female.
Whoa. And do they have a size difference?
There is a
Or
big
do they
size
grow
difference.
the same? Wow.
The females will be considerably bigger because they carry the egg.
Nice. Ooh, Dusty, let's get some. Those angels are beautiful, man.
Thank you.
They're big too.
6.5 and 3.5. Well, 3.5.
Can we get any light on them? Ooh. Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah, pop it big, Dusty. Those are beautiful.
Are they a pair?
Yes. Yeah, they just started breeding.
Are they parent raising yet?
No, so far they haven't had any hatch yet.
One trick I've tried, if you haven't yet, is have like a little side lamp by the tank and keep that on at night so that they're not in complete darkness.
Yep, I keep
Because
I've got a light vent to hold on the back so I don't have to shut it off, and it just shines through the back of the back of the tank where the opening is, so the lights
Yep.
never off.
Cool.
Oh, I see.
So here, I'll turn off the light so you can see what I'm talking about. See, the light comes through the back.
Yep, that's perfect. Just enough so they
That's a
can
good
still
idea.
see
Just
each other.
enough.
Just enough so they can still see each other and see their surroundings.
But yeah,
Uh-huh.
I have to admit they are huge. I've never seen a koi angel that big.
Yeah.
I've seen some pretty big ones.
I haven't.
Koi angels.
I'm scared of cichlids.
Angels,
Besides
that
rams.
is.
Angels.
I just had to, throw that one there.
Oh.
I don't know why they call them angels, because they are not angels when they breed.
Oh no, they are
I
not.
have a pair of double dark, and man, they are vicious when they spawn. But I got them to
Well,
parent raise.
they
And
are cichlids.
they are a cichlid.
Yes, they are.
It's a
So,
risk
Dusty,
with any cichlid.
where'd you get them from? Did you get them together?
No, I got them separately, and one came with a 75-gallon tank that I bought, and the other one came from eBay.
Cool. Now, are you always guaranteed? I guess you're never guaranteed to spawn, but I don't know. With certain fish, I feel like they just won't like each other in certain situations.
Okay, I'll put it this way. The big guy, when I first got him, I ordered him as a group of 7, and he killed the other 6.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
He didn't want anybody in his tank, and I was very leery about putting her in the tank with him, but they hit it off right away. I put her in the bag, and I let him see her for like a good 2 hours before opening that bag when it was running out of time for me to be able to open the bag, if you know what I mean. And then
Yeah.
I dumped her in. And I was like, please get along. And he went straight for her, and then they just started rubbing up against each other, and then yeah, it's been bliss ever since.
Cool. I guess my experience is just with the bettas. Like the first pair I tried just would not get along, and they just would not do it. I got lucky the second and the third time with different pairs, but I feel like sometimes they just aren't compatible in that specific fish. I don't know if other fish are like that too.
I like to drip acclimate, but with her and him, I was really worried, and that's the only reason I did the bag that time. But I'm glad I did the bag for how it worked out. But they're
How long have they been?
their...
Right now.
Go ahead.
Oh. I was gonna say how long have they been together, but wow, you said they're laying eggs already?
Yeah, they're laying eggs on the piece of driftwood in the center. They'll perk their body up and just lay the eggs on the side of it. They've been together probably 3 months now.
Wow, cool. And have you pulled? You might have said this earlier. Have you pulled the eggs before yet?
No, I haven't had a chance yet. This was their first time laying eggs, and I see that they already ate all the ones off the front of the piece of driftwood, but on the back there's still like 20 eggs.
Cool. That's so exciting that that's happening live action right now.
Live action.
Who's still in the chat? Are the homies still here? There's 12 homies. Cool. Damn, Dusty.
See, every time I
And-
post my angels online, people complain, so I quit putting them on.
Dude, you know,
Welcome back, Craig.
forget them. Sup, Craig?
Everyone calls him Craig. His
You asked
name
me
is
a question.
Craig.
Sorry.
No, his name is Craig's with an S.
Oh my god.
Craigslist.
Better than Lee's list.
I don't know. Lee's list is pretty good. At least he was
Yeah.
doing something productive
I was
instead of
happy about
being like a twat list or something.
Lee seems like a sweet guy. He's a goofball.
Lee
He is.
Lee
Yeah.
is awesome. That's my brother right there. Brother across the pond.
Yeah. Lee's funny. No, Lee for a few years now too, I think.
Nice. Yeah, I actually was watching like a Father Fish stream, and he was like, Lee, he's like, he's one of my oldest friends on here. Like, he came to me with his goldfish, and he was having so much trouble with it, he didn't know what to do.
Mm.
Yep. And man, his tank, when he had his goldfish tank, that tank was popping. It was looking so good. And then he had his other tank. He made like a dirted, guppy, platy frog tank, and it was just really nice.
I think he's still got that tank. I think he's
Yep.
got one tank,
Mhm.
and he busted his hand up the other day, smashing up the old 30-gallon.
Oh, yeah.
The 30-liter. 30-liter. 30. I don't remember.
Yeah, 30-somethings.
Yeah, 30. Good old super glue.
Yeah, I hope that set all right, and he didn't get any
Yeah, he's
infection
fine.
stuff locked in.
No, his hand's looking good, and his wife's a nurse, so
Perfect.
I think he's covered. Yeah.
Yep.
Something's telling me it's not the first time he's done it.
Dude,
I don't think so.
crazy. Probably. I was like brushing my car seat off with my hand, and something cut me bad, and like it was just a sharp cut, and I was bleeding. I like cleaned it out real well and everything, and I was like, must have been like a piece of glass or something sharp, and it took forever to heal, and it kept getting all infected. And then one day I was like picking at it with like a knife, and the pressure, like the end of a needle shot up out of my finger, and it had just been like a sewing needle.
Oh my
It was
god!
just a small piece of one, and it was just in my finger for like weeks, and then it just like sprung out once I opened it up, and it felt good. Relief. What up, Coro? Oh, he's got a new photo. No more classic purple lightning.
Rival.
Dude, what is up with Chrono and Koro? Are they evil twins or what?
Chrono. I don't know about the Chrono.
I don't know Chrono, but I know Koro. He's a good guy.
I know Chrono.
Right.
It's Cora 2.0.
Chrono's not so bad. Oh, who's echoing?
Yep, we got some feedback.
Sorry, one second.
Ouch.
Chrono is sus. Unless Koro says he's cool. If Koro knows him he's cool, then he's cool. Boots.
That's
Koro,
funny.
what? Oh boy. Koro, you wanna
guys
hop
are
up?
so cool.
Get the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, why not? We need more girls up here. I feel grossly misrepresented up here.
Oh.
Representing the female hobby.
Right?
Seriously, they don't get enough credit.
Absolutely.
Sorry, guys. No, it wasn't me. I still hear the echo, though.
Maybe it's me. I killed my sound on my phone.
Ooh, that echo.
It's getting deeper. It's probably Kronos.
Oh, good, it's not me.
It's not me.
Hey.
I don't know.
Maybe. I feel like. Check.
Check any background tabs, gentlemen.
Check. Did we get it?
Are we still getting any echo?
I think a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe it is. I'll just kill my other phone. Whatever. Sorry, guys.
Unless it's Kronos. All right, Kronos, time to add you to the list. Your 3 questions are your preferred name, your favorite fish, and your TDS.
Oh, I didn't give my official number for my TDS.
What's your favorite fish? Oh, cool. So he's chill. Turns out Kronos is chill.
Was it my other phone?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
I think it's better.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, good.
We're already
Electronics
up and
can be
up.
difficult.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
6 months. It's been about a week for me in one tank, not all of them. I guess out of the tap.
Can I just say I never have?
Do you know
What's
what
your
out of the
TDS?
tap?
Meh.
Meh. I feel like
Y'all would crap.
What's that, Ian?
Y'all would crap your pants with my TDS.
Is it above or below 300?
It is 13.
Oh my
From
goodness.
the tap.
Dude, do you know what Deb's TDS is?
I don't know.
400.
Ooh. Man, I've heard some people in the Midwest have like 1,300 TDS.
Oh my gosh.
And they have to have like 8-stage RODI systems.
Dude, and you gotta be changing the sediment filters like once a week.
Yeah, it's not drinkable water.
Dude, we were drilling for a well, and we got to the water that the geologist found, and it was salt water in the mountains.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Shelves. Dude, I'm thinking like, it was like, that was all an ocean. I don't know, man. Everything has changed. The earth has shifted, and the plates have moved so much. Who knows what it could have been even before we've got ideas.
Oh, yeah.
Entire civilizations could have plummeted down into the earth. For fun. So, Adele, do you know, like, generally what your tap water TDS is?
Nope.
Nope. I feel like if you knew that, then you could just like guess based on water changes what your TDS might be from that point on. 453,
I don't know.
Amisa.
Like I've said before, I throw shit in a tank, it lives, it works.
Yeah.
It thrives. So I'm like Snow White. I swear to God.
Dusty, what's your TDS?
Ian, you still here?
Yeah, I can hear you
Honestly, I haven't checked in
quietly.
a while.
Oh, yeah. Out of the tap? I guess that could change. I mean, I got a well.
Out of the tap. Hello?
I can still hear you. Ian, his headphones died. He wants you to drop the link.
Okay, yeah, I will. I'd have to check my TDS again. I haven't done it in a little bit.
Okay, where is your water, like city water, or what kind of water do you get?
No, I have like spring water that runs through my city. It's called web water, and it's like triple purified water, so it's absolutely perfect coming out of the tap. There's no chemicals, no lead, no metals, no anything.
Wow, interesting. That's fun. I did have spring water as a water source once, but no fish at the time.
I love
I got
water.
a well.
And I still treat it just in case, but
you like doing low doses for it too at that point?
yes.
Yeah, I'm on a well. Oh, Amisa's on a well and it varies. Interesting. Last time I tested it straight out of the tap, it was 97. But I'm going to test it right now. Live action. Let's see if it changed.
You got to show us on that count.
Oh, really? All right, then let me fill up a container. I guess I was going to do that. Live, or else you're not going to believe the results.
Yeah. Pixar, it didn't happen.
I wonder if there's going to be residual hardness on the walls of this specimen container.
Interesting.
Should we do a hard water, a hot water test and a cold water test?
Hot water usually does have more minerals in it.
Is that because I wonder if that has to do with the effect of like the water on the inside of the pipes?
I need to get a new pen. Mine's like 2 years old. I don't know if I should still be using it.
Maybe you could like soak it in alcohol.
I don't know. I mean, considering how cheap they are, like.
Yeah, this is totally. We're at like 93. Can you see it? You guys gonna believe that? There you go. 93. Not bad, but it's definitely low. It's lower than last time.
A lot of people wish they had under 100.
Yeah, man, I'm blessed. Truly blessed.
What now? Do you know what your KH is like?
Okay, we're going into the full. Okay, let me go refill this.
I'm not saying you have to test, but do you know?
That I don't know out of the tap, but I do know it definitely varies in each tank, which makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna test my tap water right now, but we're not gonna use the master test kit. Don't make me do it, please.
I try to test my tap water quarterly.
Peer pressure.
Dude, master test kit or it doesn't count.
Master test kit is a blessing, man. People be shitting on them, but they're good.
Dude, and I got like a used one for free.
Master test kit.
Do you test frequently, Dusty? Or do you test at all? I guess because I don't know if any of us. Ian, I could see.
I do test, but I haven't recently. Usually I do, but I've been busy.
I haven't tested
And
my
nothing
freshwater
seems to have been
tanks.
going wrong with my tanks, so no real reason to test.
Yeah.
I test my tap water to make sure it's still good, but other than that, I've been doing the same thing for so long. I've just not tested the freshwater tanks. But the saltwater tanks, those are kind of
That's sort of
keeping
where
up. But tap water always changes. So
That's actually really interesting. Quirky's just saying hot water can have more dissolved minerals in it, and your hot water heater has an anode in it.
Yep.
Has a node in it. That is designed to corrode instead of the walls of your tank. You can replace them and extend the life of your water heater by an additional 20 years. That's
Quirky
cool.
knows so much.
That
He knows
said,
so many rings.
doesn't pH drop if you let your tap water sit out for an hour? I'd like to see a test of all four, hot and cold, fresh, hot and cold, aged. Interesting.
This just in. Testing is not a bad idea.
It is not. But the funny thing about water is everybody's water, and depending on what your buffer capacity is, how much your pH is going to drop. So say you had water like mine with no buffer, pH of 12 to 13, there's no GH or KH, it drops to 6 over. But if you have high GH and high KH, that's going to keep that buffer of pH up in a longer period of time.
Oh boy. Not good.
Amisa says, my tap water comes out at 7.6. It's 8.4 after 24 hours.
Yep. I believe that too, because the minerals in the water start leaching out and precipitating the pH eventually raises pH.
Isn't there something to do with is it oxidization, like when things hit air? They break down and dissipate.
I'm not sure. I think you're right. It's something to do with the oxidation. But I just know it gets consumed, and either if there's not enough, it just drops. But if there's enough to sustain it, it can go high and then come down.
Degassing was the other thing I was trying to think of.
Looks like my nitrate bottle leaked all up in here. That's fun. What happens
Hot
if
water
you get
has
this
more
solution?
dissolved gases in it.
Interesting.
All right, I have a nitrate of 80.
Hello, Bruce Cat.
I have nitrite. My nitrite is.
Oh my god.
1.
That is epic.
What did
my
She's changed her name. It's Boost Cats.
1.
Boost? No.
Oh my god, I love it.
alkalinity is 80.
No.
And my pH is 6.
Oh my god, that's epic. I love it. Boost and Cats. Boost and Cats. Boost and Cats.
That is epic. I'm sorry, Dusty. I got so consumed by that one, I didn't hear your values.
Sidetrack. I heard 6 point something.
Water color changed a little bit, anyways. So nitrite or nitrate, excuse me, is at 4.0 or no 40. My nitrite is at 1.0. My total hardness GH is at 75. My total alkalinity or KH is at 80, and my pH is 7.2.
Okay, that's a good pH, if you ask me. Stable. So, asking for a friend, what happens if you get nitrate testing solution in an open wound?
Not good, but I don't think it'll kill you. But
You're not me, dude.
Wash it out.
Yeah.
yeah, wash it really well. Yeah.
I believe it's an app, so I would wash it out.
Oh, fun.
Mhm.
Fun live action. Yeah, there's all sorts of words on that bottle. I haven't read most of them, but there might be something about that on there.
Yeah, because most of the test kits I've been reading are all like different acids for the reagents. But those are my saltwater ones. I haven't looked at my API.
Yeah, wash it
readings.
really well. Make sure you.
Oh my god, I'm watching one of my otters like slide down the glass, like we we're talking about earlier. Hilarious.
Yeah, Dusty, you think I should use soap this time?
One in this tank.
Yeah, Deb's
Yeah,
saying wash it.
Definitely.
Amasa's saying wash it.
Okay,
That's one.
okay, there's enough.
I think it's a unanimous decision there.
Kind of thing.
What? Come on.
Yeah, flush it right out.
Maybe I should clean it out with Icex.
Hey, that's bacterial and antifungal, right?
Yeah.
Your hands might be a little blue or green.
Yeah. That would be a good one.
He's gonna invent a new gas, adding everything together.
Yeah, wash it, wash it out in prime, then use Icex.
It's the med
Find a
trio.
nice floating plate for some cover.
The uplifted flow med trio.
And just in case, end with coat.
Oh yeah, both the stress coat. Yeah.
Oh, for the aloe vera.
P.S. For anyone, please do not take medical advice from fish keepers. Disclaimer.
Yeah.
Not for human consumption.
Yeah. Because you know, there's always one out there. oh, Misa's saying paracleanse.
Yeah, just in case. Who knows what's living in these fish
Yeah.
tanks. Maybe some Melosix. Well, that was a fun adventure. I think I should probably hit it with some beneficial bacteria after all these treatments too, to make sure it's stable.
I would definitely not.
Oh my god.
Definitely
Yeah.
do not do it.
Rinse and repeat.
Well, you have to repeat it 2 weeks later. It's not an effective treatment,
Yeah.
right?
Oh dear.
Oh man, I can't find my easy test strips, and I'm done.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
Paracleanse. Fun. Guess I gotta just rinse and repeat. Maybe not repeat, but now I feel guilty putting my hands in my tanks. Soap.
Disposable gloves are good. Or those
Dude.
gloves that go up to your shoulder.
Oh my god.
Do stuff in the tanks.
Dude, actually, yeah, there's probably like, you know, those waders the fishermen wear. I bet you could get something like that just for like the front of your body and your arms.
Well,
Huh.
the gloves are made for putting your arms up a cow's.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
And you're not reusing them, so they gotta be cheap, huh?
Yep. They're like $15 on Amazon.
Yeah.
Dude, that's actually great. I don't know if you guys know Creative Pet Keeping. I followed a lot of her stuff when I was spawning my bettas. She's good. She's creative, that's for sure. But
I may have seen some of her stuff.
I'm gonna drop a link because that was one of my biggest sources.
I think I have.
Yeah, Kasha, right?
Yeah, Kasha.
That's a really great channel.
Yeah.
The last I saw on there, she got like some burns or some injuries on both of her hands, and so she wasn't able to do a lot of tank maintenance, but I bet she figured that out by now. Those gloves.
Yeah, a lot of
For
reef
birthing
keepers use
cups.
gloves so they don't have to get their hands wet.
Isn't the saying,
Where's
get your
the fun
hands
in
wet?
that?
Yeah.
Well,
Where's the fun in that?
when you work with salt water for so long, some people end up sick because like
Really?
coral toxins, you don't build up an immunity.
Oh.
It's the complete opposite. The more you work
Wow.
with, the more you are able to get sick.
Mm.
So
I also heard someone say something about eczema. Like they got eczema from it, or maybe they were just saying it would flare it up. That would make more
it
sense.
can. Definitely can. Like if I don't rinse my hands off with tap water or RODI water or whatever after working in the saltwater tank, my hands and my arms get itchy because the salt just
dries your skin out.
Yeah. And is it more sensitive at all than fresh water in terms of like, I guess soap in a fish tank is soap in a fish tank. But the corals, I imagine, could be sensitive.
I mean, I've done the same thing I do for my freshwater tanks. I try not to get any chemicals, like sprays of aerosol cans or, soap on my hands. I'm pretty good about rinsing my hands with hot water before going into the tanks and after, but sometimes I don't. But I also run carbon in the saltwater tanks. So that will pull out any toxins that could get in there.
Dude, yeah, that activated carbon is nice. Like, it's not conducive to a lot of things we're trying to do in our tanks, but I mean, I got that Cora was talking about the other day. Was it Chemi-Pure Green?
Yeah.
And during the summer, I wasn't as attentive to my fish tanks, and having that at least in my pea puffer tank just gave me so much like ease of mind. Because I ran, you run a puffer through all the meds and everything, and raise them up, especially those skinny pea puffers from the store. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man, you gotta hit them hard with the medications.
Because they're wormy little bastards.
Yeah, man, and like, that would be a really cool project to get into, pea puffers. Like, every store I've seen, they're all wild caught, and I'm like,
Pea puffers are so freaking cute.
I've seen like a couple people post. They have like pea puffer fry in their pea puffer tank.
Really?
Yeah, but I've
Oh my god, they would be so cute.
I've never really seen anything come of it as like commercial scale, so it would be a really cool thing to dwell into and see what microfoods you have to culture to get those super tiny babies to raise up. Because I doubt they're going to take baby brine shrimp right away.
Come and clean what this what? Oh, Chemi Clean.
Morning, Lee.
Hello, Lee.
what up, Lee? Welcome. We were just talking about you. All good things.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah, chemi clean is a different thing. That's what you use to clean cyan. It's pretty much almost erythromycin. It's an antibacterial.
Lee, we were just saying nice things about you. People were reminiscing about your fish tanks and what a nice guy you are.
Yeah, all the fish that you had before you moved. Oh boy, what have you done this time, Craig? Craig's gone, I'm lucky I'm not dead.
Oh boy.
I'm wondering if he stirred up Phantom too much.
That is a big dog.
He's not a dog,
We
he's a
almost
housey
watched
boy.
somebody die one night. Who's the guy that was setting up his canister filter and electrocuted himself?
Oh.
Oh,
Hey man, electrocution's not that bad.
not Funk.
It is not
It
fun.
was. It was.
No, would not
It
recommend.
wasn't funny. I mean, he literally he was shaking for a few seconds, and he's like, "Holy crap!"
Oh, I just cut the power cord. Jeez,
Oy.
well done.
Whoops. Yeah, dude.
With a hedge trimmer. Oh my god. Uh-oh.
Damn.
Well, that doesn't sound good, Craig.
Yeah, I've done that with the lawnmower before,
Welcome
and
back,
it was
man.
fine. But that was on that show, 1,000 Ways to Die or whatever, back in the day, running over the power cord with your lawnmower. It was fine for me that one time.
When I was a little
think
kid,
you
I
Yeah,
had the
lucky.
vacuum cord with the sewing shears.
Hey guys, it's getting to be past your bedtime. Hey, Moon Boots.
Man boots.
On the pea puffers, though, Ian, I think like some really long, heavily planted tank, maybe trying to community spawn them and having it filled with like old botanicals and deep seated. That might be cool.
Ooh.
I think trying to mimic what their habitat is, like just complete muddy, filthy, molmy, lots of biofilm, dense plants, and make sure it's species only, no other fish in there with them.
Right.
And then after you start to notice some behavior or you start to see little babies, I would pull the parents and put them in a different tank.
Yes.
Like, pull them immediately.
Right. Yeah, dude, that's also what I attribute to not getting any more sparkling gourami fry, but they were pulling it off before. But dude, I dropped a little baby guppy in my pea puffer tank, and he thought I was giving him a bloodworm, and he just grabbed it by the head and swallowed it whole.
Gone.
Yep.
Oh.
Jellyfish do that, man. I was like, what the heck, man? That guy's like half your body size. Luckily, I was able to save the guppy because he couldn't eat it.
I think I need to
Oh, lucky.
to breed my gourami.
How did you get it out? How did you get the guppy out of its mouth?
Man, I chased him around with my finger and he spit him out. He was all fucked up.
Gotcha.
Excuse my language.
Oh.
Poor dude.
Dang.
Killifish got a big mouth. I don't underestimate their mouth size.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
No cap.
Oh no, Belinda.
Because it wasn't no like guppy fry. It was a big male with big long fins and
Posting
Yes.
ads and all the lights go out. No.
Dude, back in the day, I kept.
Well, I hope it's fixable.
Yeah. Oh, he literally
He cut
hit the
the power.
line.
He cut power. Yeah.
Oh no! To his shed? The fish shed?
That's what it looks like. But he's lucky he didn't kill himself.
Yeah. But dude,
Lucky
I
he didn't get electrocuted.
remember Phantom knocked unplugged his fry system, and that was the whole thing. But I can't imagine if all the power's out. Yeah, definitely lucky he survived that. That's insane. With the freaking hedge trimmers, did he get the shock, man? I imagine. Unless it was like rubber handles on that thing. That would be a nice invention.
Well, I think so long as you're wearing rubber shoes.
Right.
Well, so that's the myth, I guess.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Ian, back in the day, I had one of those big paddle-tailed newts, like the firebelly newt, big boy kind of deal. And I had catfish in there with him. And the one day I walked down there and he grabbed this catfish about the same size as him. Had the whole head in his mouth. Caught it for a minute. Dude, and that same newt got out of its tank and was gone for 6 months. And I found it in my basement, dried up and covered in hair and dust. And I put it in water, and it came back to life. It shed and was totally fine. Lived on like no problem.
Wow. It's like resurrected.
I guess it's like some sort of hibernation technique, you know, for seasonal changes. I don't know.
Well, maybe.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh. This is
Yeah, right. Greg's not gonna wear shoes. Or Craig's not gonna wear shoes. That's funny. That's a good point. Hey, June.
Hey, June.
Admiral Junwei. What is that from?
That's June.
No, Admiral Junwei. That's like, I don't know. That's from like an old book or a movie. Maybe, yeah. Koro knows.
Now you've got me wondering.
Right? Voyager, Star Trek.
Hi, June. Voyager. Well, yeah, because their name's Janeway.
Nice. Cool.
I didn't even know he cut the power till I told him. Oh no! I hope it's not too bad, Belinda.
I wonder if he did get shocked, if he'd have superpowers like Alexander Williamson.
Well, that's interesting. I think he's already got his superpower, though.
Totally.
Hashtag clean it like Craig.
Hashtag clean it like Craig.
Cleaning is Craig's superpower. And organization. He's very organized.
Yeah, Cora, you don't know. Cora, you know a little bit about a lot of things. I feel like Cora.
A little about
like,
what?
Yeah, you know, like I'm like that too. I know a little bit about a lot of stuff, but less a lot of stuff about a little bit or something.
Have fun, Belinda.
But
June saying, I'm Dean of Starfleet Rags, Admiral Janeway.
Starfleet.
So that's
Craig.
her official title.
Okay, good to
Not
know.
with Pacific.
Okay, I'll
That
try
might
and
be a good
memorize
idea,
that.
Craig. That might be a good idea, Craig.
What were you
Maybe
saying
some
there,
gloves.
Dusty? What were you saying there, Dusty? Is
Craig found his goggles and he's
I was
never
saying I'm
whippersnipping with them out again. What, she'll live long an Oscar video? Yay! I do like that. If I'm not mistaken, Chris came up with live long an Oscar.
totally jack of all trades, master of none.
Do you know the rest of that, Amisa? Goodbye, gas lines. He'd have to whippersnip pretty deep for that, Mark. Just shorts and goggles. That's how we do it in Australia, Craig.
Goggles?
Most of my life, my dad pretty much only ever wore a shirt when we went into town. Any other time, it was thongs and stubbies.
That's a dream.
Oh, and his hat if he was out like whippersnipping or something. Sometimes he'd have, like, Mum would make him put a shirt on.
Ian, is that your protein skimmer?
Yeah.
What is that?
And the full saying.
I was just checking to see how the
A jack of all.
Go where no Oscar has gone before. I love that, Gene.
and it's looking pretty good.
It's a jack of all
Yeah, well, that,
trades,
like-
better than master of none, but oftentimes is better than master of one.
Say that one more time, Dusty.
A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one.
Wow, I like that. Thank you.
Which means
Exactly.
I think it. Yeah.
That's
Aw.
funny. That's like, I didn't know that is like the whole saying summed up, is that I only knew half of the saying.
Well, it's all well and good to have, you know, one trade under your belt. But in the long run, it's good to know a little about a lot, because life throws all sorts of things at you. Having a broader experience is helpful. That's what I take from it.
Definitely. But I also have been learning, like, at least in our farming thing, like, I'm more into the systems side of things for our mushroom farm. And then my buddy is more into, like, the genetic side. And we both know both parts. But it's cool to have, like, experts that you can refer to on things. And then you don't have to know everything. Or, like, knowing who knows what, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to tell him you said that, that I liked it. That was good. Protein frost.
You should feed the protein skimmer to yeast and then distill it and make reef alcohol.
Oh, wow. Clowns!
Ugh.
Those little guys are so cute.
Ew.
That just sounds so gross.
So will that protein
I don't know
skimmer,
if
like,
you've ever skimmate, but I just went and grabbed at it with some gloves, and it's like gritty.
is that got a lot of, like, carbonate buildup in there?
Not a whole lot. I don't run it 24/7. I only run it at nighttime.
Dude, Dusty, can we get a big shot on Ian? That clown is so cool.
They're so
Look
pretty.
at that. Ooh, that anemone is awesome.
Quit bothering me. I'm sleeping my
Oh, yeah,
anemone.
making out with the anemone.
That is so cute.
She's like, hee, that tickles.
So that one on the right,
That's
that's
so
the
cute.
female. And the one on the left, that's her male.
There's that size difference.
Right?
Dude, that anemone is thick. It looks nice. It's so cute. She's rolling around in there.
Right? She's having the time of her life.
Can't really see,
And
but there's a urchin.
Definitely something we don't
Right
get in the
there.
freshwater hobby.
There's the spiky boy. Yeah.
See, the protein
Does-
skim it yeast and then distill it and make reef alcohol.
Yeah.
It would be absolutely disgusting, but I bet people would buy it, right? Just like gin. Gin's foul. Oh, I tried gin one time and it gave me the worst headache.
Little frags.
Oh, there's the mandarin. He's sleeping right there.
Ooh,
This side is very dirty, but I don't know if we'll be able to see. Nope, too much glare. Got the 55 on still.
It's probably the same where like that mulm and stuff is pretty beneficial, right?
Which
Was
one?
it a red shoulder? Ian?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I had the speaker covered.
I said, was that a red shoulder, Ian?
Oh yeah, red shoulder. I'm not positive it's a red shoulder. It was sold as an assorted severum, so
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's a red shoulder. Yep, all the fish are in nighttime mode.
Yeah, this is my pea puffer. He like came out and was like looking at me, giving me that look like, are you feeding me or are you gonna leave me alone?
Very
Yeah, my glass is pretty scratched up and I need to clean it. But
I was like, is that a crack or a scratch?
that is a full-on scratch. This was a reptile tank.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, I have an actual 3-inch crack in one of my tanks.
I had another 55 that was acrylic, and it was spider cracking all along the bottom. So I flex taped it to call it good for about 4 months till I could get something, and I couldn't get nothing. So I had to get rid of it.
Dang.
Most of the tanks are off right now.
Man, my little tequila fry are so cute. I'm not gonna wake them up. They're sensitive. No. Maybe. They're tiny. This is the first drop from this female. So I imagine they'll get bigger as she gets bigger.
Koi's also.
I don't think they're koi's. I'm not sure what this guy is. They were sold to me as blues. That's not very blue, but I love them. This guy's a little blue. Yes.
The bigger one looks like a koi to me. And hold up.
He kind of looks more like a smoky clown.
Oh,
maybe?
that sounds like an adventure, Belle.
Oh, I guess he could be a clown. Ooh, he's risky.
Yeah, he's always been a dickhead.
Which suits them just fine.
Well, that's not very nice. He's always been a dickhead. That's very Australian of you.
I do have
That's
cousins.
just angels in general, I think.
See if I can't tempt this Cinnadonus out. You can see his tail, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Is that a bristlenose Cleco or just a albino?
That's his super red. Not the long fin.
It's Rick for Ricky Tiki Tavi. French style chicken potato bagel. Ooh. That sounds awesome, though.
All right, now I'm eating, guys. You did it. I read Cora's comment and I almost went and got it. You guys did it to me.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's like all my misfit Corys in here. I had Malinis. I had a group of like 6, and they all died but one. And then I picked up a bronze and an albino from a friend who's shutting down his tanks. And 1 and 2. I was just like, all right, I guess I can take them. I need to get them some buddies.
Yeah, but that's a good point. Like, I believe those Corys prefer to be with other Corys, even if it's not the same species.
Literally, I read Mark's comment so wrong because I was like, okay, everybody was talking about food, and then he goes, homemade polenta, and I was like, oh, I've never had that before. What is that? And I was about to, and then I realized that he had a question mark behind it. No, never mind.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, I've never had any of that.
It's late.
Or it's early, right?
Laugh at my Lee gets what I was saying.
Wait, what have I missed? I haven't been looking at chat.
Everybody's talking about food and everybody's naming what they have. I read Mark's comment and I read it as homemade polenta, and I was like, I've never had that before, and I was asking how he makes it, and then
what's polenta?
I saw a question mark.
Oh wait. Gotcha.
I'm having fried catfish nuggets.
One of those days.
Like,
fried catfish.
Yeah.
Yeah, and mac and cheese.
Okay.
Easy mac. Oh yeah.
I can't say I've ever had catfish.
Oh, it was one of the two freshwater fish that I like to eat. That and trout. I'm sure there's others. I
Catfish
don't
is
know.
delicious.
Yeah.
You know, if I had a chance, I'd eat a pleco.
I would love to eat June's Oscars. Just kidding. Sorry.
Why?
No, I would like to try.
Oh my god!
Not hers, but I would like to try Oscar one day. While from Florida, so it's
Never have moose over to your house.
Right?
Tell moose no at the door.
They are invasive in Florida, so like, it is allowed. And I think, like, at this point, it's too late just to
eat
but I mean,
them
it is a good thing to try. I mean,
I
don't know.
heard it's good.
It might be. I'd eat a pleco from Florida and try it.
It would be very tropical.
Get the full Florida experience.
I'd try some catfish.
Catfish is
I'd
good.
try it. I don't know if I'd like
catfish
it because I'm not much of a fish person.
I was
Everybody's
raised
talking
on
about
seafood.
food. I really am. It's not even right. It's like what, 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. You know what? I could go for a cherry pie. That would be nice right now.
Want to fish in the mega tank, right, Quirky? It's almost big enough for a kayak. Say hi, cherry pie. What's the worst thing you have ever eaten only to realize it was delicious?
Frog
That's a good question, Lee. Frog legs. Ooh.
Chicken gizzards.
Um,
Those are delicious, but they just freak me out.
Crocodile.
My wife was meatballs, and she was fed
saltwater crocodile is delicious.
She says they're delicious. I won't try them.
Wait, what?
My wife was fed Rocky Mountain oysters and told that they were
Oh,
meatballs.
no. Ooh. They're a bit tougher than meatballs, though. They're quite chewy.
No comment.
Tongue. I've had tongue. They tried to get me to eat brain. I was like, fuck no. Like monkey, not monkey brain, lamb brain. Yeah, they're like chicken nuggets.
Alligator. Like some of the
our big saltwater crocodiles just taste like chicken. Yeah.
I like chocolate covered grasshoppers and chocolate covered crickets.
Because it's covered in chocolate.
Made
Chocolate makes anything taste good.
I've had a lot of.
I don't like seeing the face part while I eat it. Oh no. I've had liver, which is kind of normal, I guess. My friend loves trout cheeks.
I can't eat crab.
Wow.
I'm not crab. God, the ones with the that have their eyes looking at you on the plate. They've always got their beady little eyes staring at you. Crab cakes or whatever.
Ooh. Pig's cheek is one of my favorites. Really cheap, but if you cook it slow, it melts in your mouth. Ooh.
Beef tongue is awesome.
Goat is really nice. Used to get that from butchers down in Melbourne. It's beautiful goat. Stick that in a slow
Beef tongue is
cooker
like
with some
soft
veggies
meat
and stuff.
delivery.
Oh, they can't watch you. Mark! Oh, that's so wrong.
That's awesome, June.
That is cool. I like it. I can't wait to hear it.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, I mean, they're not exactly common here. Most, sorry. Probably, Mark. I can't remember now. It was really nice, though. Just did it up in like a winter stew on slow cooker. I've had kangaroo. I didn't like it, to be honest. It was very rich. Roo is good.
Yes, I have one thing, Lee, and that I've never tried like that.
Kangaroo snacks are pretty good.
I was going to ask that. Y'all
Crocodile
actually
meat
do
pies. What was that saying?
Y'all actually do eat kangaroo? I was wondering about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you the next time I'm down at the supermarket. I'll do a live.
Hey, what's wrong with oysters? Come on, Coro. That's a family tradition of mine. My parents, my grandparents.
It's not in a shell.
No, you've got to beer batter it and fry it.
Snot in a rock. That's what it is.
See, I don't know what I'm gonna do with my urchin when it gets so big, and I almost thought about cooking it up.
Yeah, dude. Dude, mystery
Adele,
sales,
can you
though.
sing? Only in the shower, June.
I've never had urchin. I'd be willing to try it, but I've never had it.
Koro's motto is sea urchin is like the ocean sneezed in your mouth. I've heard that line from him before. I feel like it would be good, man. Like all that seafood tastes.
I've heard
never
it's
tried
really
it.
fishy.
Really fishy?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to have somewhere that serves it. What kind of place would even serve sea urchin?
Places not in America. I think that's like a. It's like a delicacy in some places, I think.
Lions, fish, that would be fun. I might just go to Florida and do like an invasive species menu trip and just eat all the invasive, like the pythons and everything.
I would eat.
I watched a guy on YouTube a couple months back that he went lion fishing or lionfish fishing, and he caught him and his friends. They caught like 20 or 25 of them. They filleted them out and cooked them on the grill, and they said it was like eating like a young chicken, like Cornish game hen kind of thing with the flavoring.
Yeah, it sucks. They're really invasive over there.
Yeah.
But they're good eating, so hopefully more people will start eating them.
That's like how we fix the world, man. Just encourage the eating of invasive species.
Good food.
Yeah, quit going after our native game species.
Totally.
Well, some of them are stocked, so.
That is hilarious. I watched them stock a trout pond, and they brought this big truck. It looked like a cement mixer, and they put the funnel down into the water and just pulled a lever and just dumped, like, I don't know, a ton of fish just straight out the chute.
Yep, straight out the chute. I watched them fill a pond in Arizona. They just pulled up with the truck, backed up, and pulled out this long pipe, went into the water, and they went. There they went. Thousands of them.
That's cute. I've seen them drop fish out of a plane.
That's cute.
That's crazy. Why would you do that? You need so many parachutes to pull that off.
I like the green eyes. Wait, who's got green eyes?
Dude, clams are delicious, Coro. Come on.
I like clams and stuff that are still a bit gritty, and that's fine.
Yeah,
I can't do it. I can't.
Dude. Can you imagine if you never knew about people eating fish and you were a fish keeper and then you heard somebody like to eat fish?
Traumatic, right?
My dad called me a hypocrite. He was like, "How are you going to keep fish and still eat fish?" I was like, "Because I do. I will sit in front of my fish tank and eat fish." Show him who's boss.
Some of it too.
I'll feed them fish.
Yeah. They eat fish too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll eat each other. They're cannibalistic little bastards.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Eat their own kids.
Amisa's got a good point. Yeah, we're not even.
Pond stocking is so crazy when you think about how paranoid we are acclimating. Yeah. Absolutely. Just dumping fish into a body of water.
Keep them in line.
Fish eat fish. I'm not the biggest fish fan. I eat cats in front of my cats for the same reason. Kitty chow mein.
I have to say, cat is one of the worst things I've ever eaten in my life.
Yeah, you were probably where you sourced it from.
No,
where do you get that?
Starry nights are in their own tank. I'm loving it. Awesome, June.
The Oriental restaurant or Chinese restaurant where
gamey.
I don't know what happened.
Too many strays
started cats from the homeless shelter for cats or whatever you call it, where you put cats with no home. And they had been finding cats around town. The foster, whatever. But they had been collecting cats all over town, everything, to come up with their meat product. And they actually got closed down for it. But me and my wife didn't know any of that was going on. Nobody did. And we went to eat like 3 days before they got shut down, and we got so sick.
Weird.
Damn.
Did they have it labeled as like chicken or something, or was it just like meat platter?
It was chicken, and Oriental Chinese meat is always so tender. It's kind of hard to tell what the meat is to begin with for some of it. You can tell steak and stuff like that, but it was just But yeah, me and my wife were so sick, it was ridiculous. And then 3 days
And that
later,
is
they got
why
shut down for health code violation.
Gee, I wonder why. Wow, that is sick.
that is why I
Well, it was
stopped
a
eating.
big article. I mean, everybody who ate there they were eating
Oh,
cat. That
quirky, that's a
article, and we
great
were all like,
idea.
"What?"
Dude, but that would mess up
Quirky's
some chicken and
Stu,
broccoli right
is
now.
she gonna get a Van Gogh background for her Starry Night tank? That's
Mhm.
cool.
That would be cool.
Oh no, Lee. That's why I'm glad my cat is indoor only.
That is one thing that
That would
scares
be
me in
really
this
neat.
neighborhood.
Mm.
Catnappers?
Cat nappers, man. My cats are go outside, and the scariest part is they are so friendly. They will just walk up to
Yup.
anybody. They love people. They love new people, especially. All the attention from the new person.
That is spooky. That's like during the gold rush in Alaska, people were just like taking dogs from yards in California and stuff and just throwing them on trains up to Alaska to pull sleds.
Yeah. But so far, so good.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, that's. I guess
They
like
come
there's so
inside
many
at night.
cats. Hmm.
They know when to come in. Like if I call them to come in, they come in. They just love to go outside and be in the sun and play and just chill. But yeah, it's like really
We have a
weird.
cat that lives outside of our house, has lived here since before we were here. But if we go for a walk during the summer and we go, we can walk a mile away up to the grocery store, which we've done a couple of times, and he'll follow us. He'll sit outside the grocery store. We'll go in there for 30 minutes, come back out, and then he'll follow us home. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, we were out walking. We were walking the dog the other day, and one of the neighborhood dogs came on with us for like a 3 mile hike, and it just like came back and just disappeared. And we heard the people outside like, "Oh, there he is!" Like, it's like you don't even know what life they're living when they go out there. Dude, our cat was amazing. We lived on like a ranch. The cat and the dog were cool. They hung out the chickens a bunch, kept everything balanced. Right? The dog kept all the pests away. The cat killed all the bad stuff, the mice and whatever. But definitely got into some birds, which was sad. And then he got, having your cat outside, he loved it. There's no way I could imagine not letting him out. But he ended up getting into something. I don't know, it was like mouse poison. He got bit by a snake or something. And he came home, and that was it for him.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's always
that was a
sad.
good cat.
Yes. Shameless plug.
From the Oscars. Get your own The Oscars merch.
I love this bottle.
Oh, that's sweet.
So and it's ridged as well, so like you can feel all of the Oscars, all the lettering. It keeps everything like cold as. I've been putting all my cold drinks in it for work. And they are still just as cold as I'm walking out of work. Like 3-4 hours later. It's awesome. It's been the best thing ever. And I can't wait until winter. I'm going to try out like hot coffee in it.
Yeah, I love how they go both ways.
Yeah.
There's Dusty's other channel, guys. I'm sure
Aquariums. Hey, Dusty.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's
It's Dusty
already following, but hop in there and throw him a sub. That's his business page. Well, I guess this is. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe that's his more professional channel.
He timed himself out. Huh.
That's funny. But why would you? Never mind.
I've never talked to anybody out before.
He had a grasshopper moment.
What was that ever done?
Dusty did a sing.
That's funny, just for fun, huh?
It's like, I don't like you, click.
I don't like this
If I
guy.
don't like you, I don't like myself.
Okay. Alright. Lee, dude,
I'll be
that is
back.
a good. He'll be back.
No, I feel left out. Oh, poor Lee. Quick, Dusty, go time him out. Oh, Aqua's then passed out. He's awake again.
Oh. Did our soothing voices lull you to sleep?
I feel bad putting him in timeout. You put him in timeout, June or Adele.
Really? He asked for it though.
Lee already
What
got
am I
his timeout on.
supposed to do?
Lee already got his timeout on this stream. You know, I think he's just trying to rack them all up.
Old school Belinda. I like Cole. The other night, it was a big argument with some guy on there. Like, just I got done and left.
I would time him out, but I don't have a wrench. Hold my beer.
Oh, Lee
I
said
don't,
no,
you know-
sir.
Oh,
Lee's not having
No,
it.
you have the big mod on my channel, Adele.
What up, Crib Keeper? What up, Tim? How you doing?
What up, Tim?
Hey, Dem. Hey, party music. Welcome.
There you go.
Jeez.
I hope you feel better now, Lee.
Just handing out the timeouts right now.
He asked for it. I feel left out. He's all pissed. All right, you big baby. I'll fucking time you out. Is that better? Do you feel better now? Party music, DJ Oki. G'day, DJ Oki. Harry's here. Yay! We love Harry.
Hey, Harry.
Harry is a good boy.
Craig's absent tomorrow, but OCD has kicked in as now I can see Craig mowing. Poor Ashton. It looks like he's given it a go today, helping out. I guess all the yelling kind of helps, doesn't it? Sometimes it's a necessary evil. Why is Lee laughing his head off? Harry really is a cute cat. He's definitely chosen you and Sue. For surely. Tim!
Hi, Sandy.
Crypt Keeper snuck in as well.
Yeah, he's sneaky with it.
Oh, yeah. You didn't say
Lurking.
hi to me, though, Crypt.
Ah, he's lurking in plain sight.
Wait, hang on. Oh, no, there we go. Good morning, Saints Moose, Ian, and Adele. Okay, gotcha. I take that back. I stand corrected. In line for smokes? You're in line for cigarettes. Is that how bad it is down there?
Damn. Well, hey, sometimes
It's busy o'clock. Everyone would be rushing in there to get stuff for dinner and yes. Yeah, I saw Crypt. I stood corrected.
That's a good practice there, Tim. Antique is not here anymore. He was timed out by Dusty.
Oh no,
Lee doesn't know what is happening. He went to the bog and can hear his name being said. What are they saying? Goal. He's shouting down. MK11. Oh, Gollymon's timed out too because Lee timed him out.
Lee was not having it.
Hooray.
And then I swooped in and timed out Lee. So they should be back momentarily, both of them.
Back for their second time out. Nah.
No. No, once is usually enough. He's just got to get his fix.
Yep.
No, we won't time you out, Harry. You're a good boy.
You're a good boy.
He's a good kitty.
Yes.
I missed it. Why is everyone going in timeout? In all fairness, Crypt, Lee asked for it.
Lee loves that stuff.
I brought it
He
on
always
my
has.
channel, and I had this weird thought that I had never timed anybody out before, so I timed my second channel out for fun, just to know what it felt like to time somebody out. And then Lee wanted to be timed out, so Adele timed Lee out, and then Mark timed somebody out.
Lee timed Gollymon out, and then I came in and timed Lee out.
I time people out on accident sometimes.
Oh yeah, like
my
when you've got
phone
your
and my
phone in your
thumbs-
pocket or something. Yeah.
I'll just be holding my
Oh,
phone
yes.
and I won't be paying attention. I'll have chat up and my thumbs will just press on the screen and I won't be paying attention.
Yeah.
It just starts doing
See,
random
this is.
shit.
We need to petition to YouTube to allow us to turn our screen off and still listen to whatever we're watching on YouTube.
See, what's sad is I have YouTube Premium and I'm able to do that, and I still
Huh.
it hasn't happened in a
You
long
still-
time. I've done that, but
Huh.
I've still caught myself from almost timing people out like all the time. So that's why I tell people I'm the worst mod. So I might time you out on accident.
Lee's back.
Lee's back.
Now go back in the corner and think of what you did.
Oh boy. Now we're timing him out
won't
again.
happen. You all said you were talking about me, and you were all being nice about you backstabbing dirty fucking. Wow, Lee.
He wants another one.
Amisa's like, now I want to play too. See, I'm a super mod, so I can time out moderators.
See ya.
Oh, my comments just disappeared.
Bye, Lee.
There they are. Lee's timed out.
It's sad because we were actually saying some really nice things about him. What?
Right.
Amisa? She never did nothing to nobody.
No, she's gone, now I want to play too.
Oh boy, she asked for it. What? Sure.
You can listen in the background as long as it isn't a members only stream. Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of members only streams when they're live. At least. It's
I have
mostly
been only because of
podcasts.
Jeff.
Oh dear.
Hold up, I'm working on helping out.
AGZ.
You guys need
yes.
to stop blocking Lee straight away, though. He's asking for it for a reason, and he's being a cheeky bugger.
Mm-hmm.
Bugger.
You're the one who blocked him right away, right?
I know. So it's always just
I
one.
can
And
see
usually
that
once he gets that one out of his
already.
system, he's good. Hi, Aquagarden Zen. We see you.
We're trying to
Be
keep
very careful of
Be very careful
paletoxins.
poly. Yeah, you said something about your
Paletoxins.
frog or something.
Say
Dodged a bullet
say
with
what?
Zun said it squirted at you when I was cleaning the frog, had my goggles on.
Oh,
Lucky.
wow.
Yeah. It really depends on the zoanthid too. If it's like the smaller head zoanthids, there's less of a chance. But still, you don't want to get that in your eyes. Any
Oh,
coral
God, no.
juices, you want to keep that out of open pores, cuts, mouth, eyeballs. But yeah, some
Squishy
zoas
parts.
or pallies, like Palithoa grandis, they're different than other zoas. They get really big, and those are the ones that'll like really mess you up. But like the smaller ones, the more
Or did
colorful
somebody?
ones that are. But yeah, safety goggles,
Sorry,
mask,
Ian, I wasn't trying to
gloves
talk.
is good PPE.
And we should probably be doing that with like ACAX and all the medications we use too, right?
It's good practice,
Yeah.
especially if they're powders. If you're using powdered medications, for sure use a mask and gloves and stuff.
Whoops. You ever try and treat a 3-gallon with General Cure?
Why would you do that?
That was my pea puffer. When I first got him, I'm like, oh, a nice small tank, it'd be real easy to treat and maintain until he gets bigger, feed him, keep an eye on him. Yeah, I guess I could have put him in a 5-gallon, but still, they put it in 10-gallon. Each packet is rated for 10 gallons. I guess you could eyeball half of it.
Could have had a 10-gallon storage container, treated that, and then used that to do water changes. That's something you could also do.
Huh.
As long as you use it quick, don't let it sit for like a week stagnant.
Oh, you mean like reintroduce it when within? Oh, you mean in the tub?
Yeah, like so you have like a 10-gallon tub of water. You treat that with the packet of General Cure, right?
And then use that 10 gallons to do, like, when you're doing water changes.
Yeah.
So you do your water change
Always
and
best to
fill
wear
up from the 10. Yeah.
chemical. Do I? No. Should I? Yes.
And it's always best to add the powder to water, not water to powder.
Yeah, that checks out. I just like had it out on a little tray and used a razor blade to split it into thirds.
Oh, I would have used a scale. You don't have a little scale?
I could have done that. Maybe not at the
I
time.
could have done that.
Yeah, I could.
I could have done that.
It's a little sus if your family members catch you doing it, but
I know. I'm like, if literally anyone besides my one friend walks in here, they're gonna think.
Powder on scale.
Why are you cutting white powder with a razor blade on a scale? It's not what it looks like, I swear.
Why are you cutting white
sure you
powder
have
with
your
an algae
laying
scraper?
around.
Yeah, algae scraper.
card on the table beside you while you're doing it.
Oh,
Like bent over it, trying to make sure I get the right ratios.
And whatever you do, do not accidentally wipe it on your nose.
Dude, general cure to the brain? No.
oh, messy. Oh. Aquagarden said sniffs the powder to see what it smells like. Oh my god.
It's sweet smelling, right?
You ever smelled Prime or Safe?
Dude,
Powdered
that prime is dank.
Have you smelled the powdered Safe though?
No. What's that smell like?
So imagine Prime but quadruple.
Whoa.
It's strong, man. It'll gas out.
Get
a room.
$100 bill to administer. Oh,
Welcome, Boost Cat. Welcome back, Lane.
Boost cats.
Such beautiful.
I love it. That's so funny.
Such beautiful language. You are not really a bunch of backstabbing bleep 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 bleep.
Yeah. Amisa took her time out to reflect and to meditate. And
I don't feel well. Did I take my meds today?
Amisa, you should have realized something when you came back in too. You're blue.
And she looks so good in blue. That was someone was saying that to Sketty earlier.
I hope you hope you guys learned your lesson. Easier, smaller method, dissolve into say 2.5 cups. Then so a quarter of a cup will treat 1 gallon.
Math.
Oh, this is your first wrench? Awesome.
Ooh.
There you go. Yay. Welcome to the Smurf Squad. No, wait, the toolbox. Yes. That is more fitting.
My very, very first wrench ever was on Craig's channel.
I can't remember when my first wrench was.
Mine was probably with Craig. Yeah, I think so.
Have I given you a wrench yet, Moose?
It took a
Write
minute,
something
but I
in
think he did eventually. I got the wrench. I dropped that the Chemi Pure link earlier for Misa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it took a minute.
Like,
though.
okay.
That was pretty funny. Definitely the
Well, I gotta
first
get to
stream.
Dissolve, I bet I look.
Yep.
Oh, fenbendazole? I bet I look sus weighing out. Yeah, probably Zenny. I love Smurfs.
Taylor's nice.
Andy says, my first wrench was on Kaler. Deb said mine was on Saturday morning cartoons. And Amisa says, I love Smurfs. Smurfs are cool.
Oh, Crypt Cape is asking why he isn't a tool.
Oh, shoot.
Who said he isn't?
You are a tool. No.
Legos, I got. Oh, that's not nice. Lee says, I got my first wrench on the channel, and 3 minutes later it was taken away. Was that something smashing?
Right, Boots? I mean,
Oh.
boost cats.
Did someone just break something?
Wasn't me.
Okay.
Not here.
I thought I heard something.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Okay, good. I wasn't just imagining it.
That was just my head hitting something.
You're female. Females hear all kinds of. Y'all have dreams that we have to pay for later. You're like, I don't get it.
The last time a girl had a dream about me, it ended up being right later, after the dream. Oh no, it was at the same time. So, never know.
I had a girlfriend once that had a dream that I was going to cheat on her, and when she woke up, she proceeded to chew me out for like an hour and a half. Like, it was a dream. Like, I haven't done anything. You know, just for that dream, I think I am going to break up with you.
Uh-huh.
You're welcome, Crib. I'm sorry, I thought you already were mine.
Oh, so I did go to a fish store today.
Damn, Sandy's an OG. What kind?
What kind of fish store?
What is that? Is that those squeaking catfish?
I swear I hear like a little mouse.
Yeah, what kind of fish store?
What was the question? I missed it.
Wait, what?
I went to the saltwater store. It's called Cuttlefish and Corals. There were no cuttlefish, sadly.
Oh. No, at that time, Aqua Garden, I just unplug it until I have a chance to refill it or get it refilled, and then I'll plug it back in. I don't have any bio wheels in this room, so it's not mine.
Yep. I stopped running the bio wheels. They would stop spinning after what, 2 weeks maybe?
Yeah,
if they would last that long.
I have. Well, when I picked up a tank, I got like 7 bio wheel backpacks for free, and it's the dual bio wheels, and they are really nice machines. And I got like 20 or 30 of the wheels with them, so I was like, yeah, why not? You know. So I'm running 2 of them on the back of a 55 in my bedroom.
Oh, those are not like the Marineland. Those are the actual like acrylic made bio wheels.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, those are so sick.
They're still. Yeah,
they're still spinning, right?
So, 4 or 5 Marineland ones still.
They're good filters.
What's everyone's thoughts on Marineland as a brand?
They have some good stuff and some not so good stuff.
I haven't actually come across it off the top of my head. I don't think it's commonly available here.
I haven't used many of their products. other than like the hang-on backs.
We get a lot of
Yep, that's
aqua
kind of where
ones.
I see them, or maybe like filter media. I've seen it at like Petco or PetSmart, I think, but it's always more expensive than like the Aqueon brands and stuff. I really just want something with adjustable flow for a hang-on back.
I
And a
have to say
self-priming filter.
I'm not a fan of their canister filters.
Me either. I've got 2 of them, and they're a pain in the ass.
Well, the
That's
Backflow
good to know.
360, I hate with a passion. Hi,
I've
Legacy.
got
I
the
mean,
Cask 1000 on a 55, and a Eheim Classic 1200. I think is what it is. It's the smaller one.
and I think it was Marineland that I used a sponge filter that they made, and it like disintegrated after like a month and a half.
Boost cats.
But I mean, I like their backpacks. Their backpacks are well made. But yeah, the filter wheel does quit spinning on them, and they have a few suction issues. And then you have to buy replaceable the magnetized jet or whatever you want to call it at the bottom. You have to buy new magnets because they'll lose the magnetization and just start breaking.
Huh. Legacy Hobbyist Nation. Yo.
What up, Melvin?
Boost cats, that's hilarious.
I don't know, but I've used it.
Dude, why is there not a great, perfect hang-on back by this? I feel like everyone's conversation is between the Aqua Clear. Everyone's going between the Aqua Clear and the freaking Seachem Title, and they both. I'm not a big fan of either of them.
I have 2 or 3 Aqua Clears, and I opted out of using mine just because I have bigger, better things than them.
I have 2 Aqua Clears running right now. I had more, but I've switched most tanks to air because it's just more effective. And I also have 2 titles. And the titles, I think they're good for a certain way of fish keeping. I don't think they're good for planted tanks because the intakes just get clogged up with plants too often. But if you have like a cichlid tank, I think the Seachem Title is really good for, especially the 110. It holds a lot of media for like a cichlid tank. And I use a Title 55 on a saltwater tank. But the
yeah, what's
Aqua Clears
everybody's favorite
also...
hang-on back here?
Depends on the situation, really. If it's a planted tank,
What are you saying about the Aqua Clear?
If it's a planted tank, more opted to go sponge or canister, but I'm more opted to go with the Seachem Title because I like that 3-year warranty out of the box. And if you sign it up, you get an additional 2 years, so you get a 5-year warranty with the Seachem Titles. You know?
Yeah, that's quite.
And they're Italian-made pumps.
Have you?
I've had my 55.
Have you ever used that warranty?
No, I haven't, because I haven't had to yet.
Oh wow!
I've got the 55 title on a saltwater tank for almost 2 years. Next month, running 24/7 in saltwater, and that pump has never stopped. And I've cleaned it maybe once. I still haven't gave it a full citric acid bath. It's got a
I guess my favorite. Yo, keep going. This is good info.
and it's got a bunch of crud and stuff. But I've had Aqua Clears for a long time too. I've got a Aqua Clear 70 on my 55, and I've had that for almost 3 years. And I can't tell you how many times I've came in and that thing's just stopped running, and I've had to restart it. You know, and that's just, I don't like that. And then when you go to start it back up, it dumps a bunch of shit into the tank. It's just, yeah. But then again, they're also like, I don't know. They're older, but I don't think I do the same maintenance on them. I clean them out. I clean the Aqua Clears more than the titles, and I still have these problems.
Yeah, we've got one. I've got like a Tetra 20, like the Whisper 20 with that pump that sits inside the tank. And that thing is good, but where the pump is situated, that little piece of plastic seems to slide down more and more the longer I have it. I think it's kind of jammed up. But it does prime itself when it gets turned back on. It's a breeze with water changes. The Aqua Clear Amisa just mentioned too, like that's kind of annoying to have to prime that each time, and ours takes a minute sometimes to get going.
Yeah, they do, and
That's where
they're a
I'm like,
little
can we
tricky
just put
too
all
with
these things together?
You ever notice on the Aqua Clears if the lids are just a little bit off, they're just like in the background. And you gotta
Yeah,
like
I
set
also
something on top
noticed
of it.
that flow. Yeah, or like I've seen people use rubber bands and things, but also like the flow adjuster on there doesn't seem to work that great for us.
Yeah, but on the titles, the flow control is really cool. It just dims it all the way down, or just where it's barely a little trickle, and it goes all the way up to whatever it's rated for.
Yeah, that's what I'd like with this Whisper 20, or just the Whisper adjustable guy. It's a really nice dial. It works really well.
I wish they made a hang-on back with a DC pump. Every hang-on back's made with the AC pump that's not controllable.
Yeah.
Like you can't control the
I don't know.
And
Back
then they
in the
just got
day,
that little dial, or that little.
But it's really weird. It's not even in canister filters either.
What were you saying about back in the day, Dusty?
I like the way things were made back in the day as compared to today. For a lot of the equipment, it was a lot stronger, a lot tougher. If it told you it was going to do a certain rating of water per minute or per hour, it actually did it, whether or not it had the filter media in it or not. And if it didn't have the filter media, it was usually blowing your water out of the tank. I just miss the old equipment.
It seems like every single filter, it seems like we know all the things we want a filter to do and all the features we want it to have, but each of the nice filters just does one of those things. It's almost like, just do it all. Like,
bye, Tim. Have a good day at work. See you later.
Bye, Tim. Take care.
Have a good day, Tim.
And you asked me what my favorite filter was. The best one I ever had, but it quit on me a while back, was a Duckfin Pro.
I think I'm running a little old Penguin filter on this that I got for free. Works pretty good. Didn't come with a lid though.
Yeah, well, I keep all my old equipment, and like when I find old antique or vintage equipment for tanks, I absolutely put it on my tanks because I love them. I have
Yeah.
so much vintage equipment.
Yeah, I was
These
in like
things
a
nowadays
thrift
not
store
built
and I
to
saw a
last.
10-gallon.
Yeah.
They had it. Yeah, no doubt. So the title, like Ian, that title that you like, does that have the protein skimmer slots on it, or does it just have that inflow tube? And
Yeah,
then
it's got
also, does it have
the
that pro? I've seen them also. That was the Aqua Clear, I think. That
Here, I'll show you something I want to try out.
Oh, is that the max spec hang on back refugium?
Yep,
Yep,
yep.
that's nice.
Can be used for fresh or salt water. Freaking awesome.
can you drop that link?
It's Aquamax HF-M hang on back.
Okay.
$279.99.
Yeah, I would just to save you some money, I would just do a sump. And then you can put all
Yeah,
your
and I mean,
cooking equipment
It's
in
raining. Woohoo! Marge,
Then you can
Marge, the
put
rains are
your-
here. Sorry.
I don't believe that one has the light. Aqua Garden, it's the next model up that has the light, or I could be mistaken.
Dang, it
If you're
doesn't
talking
even
about
include a
UV
light?
lights. I
That's
don't think
crazy.
that one does have the UV light. I think it's the next model up, and it's like $349 for the one with the UV light. I've been looking at them for a while now because I wanted to put a couple of them on the back of my 125.
It'd be interesting to see if you
If
could
nothing
do
I
else,
like
it
guess
a
you
just
deep.
could
try them
do.
out.
Go ahead.
You could probably just do that
Wow,
with
that
a
was John
normal
Watts.
hang on back too, right? What's the benefit of this? Looks cool. Oh, this one comes with a
Yeah.
light, an LED lighting system.
Oh, that one does have a light? Okay.
300. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, yeah, it's like 350 or something. 349 with the light.
Welcome to Silver Stuff.
Yep.
That's why I get everything used. Protein skimmer, used.
I have a complete saltwater setup.
There's so much gear out there just floating around.
In my storage unit, or not my storage unit, but my mechanical room, should I say, my storage room here in my house. But I've never set it up. I have the protein skimmer, I have the RODI unit, I've got sand and coral and live whatever, and I ordered all kinds of stuff to get a tank actually going and found parts and bits and pieces, and I've got the Oceanic 50-gallon tank, and I think I'm just going to sell it all because I'm thinking that I probably wasn't made for saltwater.
Yeah, Ian, in your
Well,
experience, how much more difficult is that to maintain than your freshwater tanks?
It's like more effort involved in testing and keeping up, and just
ooh, Carl.
putting salt in a bucket with a pump, and letting it mix for a certain amount of time, and try to get the salinity right, and just being like on a schedule if you want to do stony corals. But if you want to just do fish only, and
Yeah,
you
it's
want to
true,
do
Zen.
easy soft corals are like, man, they'll live in a toilet. They'll You don't have to do as much, but you still want to be in tune with what the tank is doing. There's just more effort involved. I don't think it's more difficult. It's just really
Different.
getting to know what your tank is doing, other than just looking at it and
Right.
thinking, what is it doing?
The only thing I the only thing I kicked myself for selling because I didn't think I would need it because I had my testing kit, my master kit, and all the extra stuff is, and I like doing. Don't get me wrong, I like doing my little dropper tests and all that, but I'm kicking myself for selling my electronic testers because I have with the saltwater tank and everything that I got like a set of like 8 different electronic testers for like anything and everything with saltwater. But I think I could have used it
Nice.
for freshwater too. I shouldn't have gotten rid of it.
Yeah, I've got 4 of the electronic testers, and those really do help. I mean, they're expensive up front, but if you want to test your tank more often and get more in tune with your tank, it helps you save some time. But those titration tests
Now,
with
how
the
long do they
drops,
hold up?
I got most of
Now,
mine
do you have to
used.
like calibrate them a lot, or?
You can buy a reference solution, like a reference solution that's certified by a lab of 30 ppm of something, of what that test is testing for, and see if it's in tie. But most of them are going to be like 0.3 off, if that. But you shouldn't have to calibrate the HANA checkers, which are what I use. There are other testers. I don't know. I can't afford those, so those are more expensive, and I do think you do have to calibrate them because they run off probes. The HANA checkers are very similar to the titration tests. It's just it's using a little laser colorimeter thing is what they call it, and it just reads the color with a laser.
Misa, if you
That's
miss
cool.
a water change, or accidentally you add something you shouldn't have, or just the littlest, tiniest mistake can kill your whole tank when it comes to salt water.
Less forgiving of mistakes. No, you're gonna make mistakes, and that's kind of like part of the hobby and learning from your mistakes, learning why it happened, and sometimes it's a challenge. Sometimes shit just dies, and you can't figure it out.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can, and you learn from those mistakes. And like I've killed fish, I've killed corals. I haven't had any major crashes yet. Cross my fingers, knock on wood.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can happen to anybody.
Yeah, I say that
Anybody
too.
can have a big crash, you know? But it's the reward of sitting back and looking at a beautiful saltwater tank with happy corals, colorful fish. They're always about happy. Yeah, it's very similar when you like sit back after doing some good maintenance on your freshwater planted tank, and you come back after a couple hours and the fish are all chilled out. You can just sit there and watch them feed natural fish because now you have light coming in to where you can see the fish better.
I like how you put it that it's
I
not
have
more
a
difficult,
friend
it's
on
just
the
more
fish.
effort.
Yeah.
Like to get your salt right when you're doing a water change, or if you're just, I guess it's cool if you're just topping it off right, the salt stays the same. But it seems like it might be the same concept as fresh water with just more steps involved, or just more. You just got to pay more attention and put more time
It's a little bit
into
more
maintenance.
technical.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be super technical.
Yeah.
Some people go straight up like science geeky with it. But I mean, I've seen some ballin' reef tanks run on 4 plugs. A heater,
Yeah.
a power head, a light, and a filter.
Do they do HOBs or you doing hang on backs, or because you
Yeah,
can't do
my
a
10
sponge filter?
people will run sponge filters. A lot of the
The HOB I just showed you is made for saltwater fresh.
like the aquaculture breeders, they'll have sponge filters in their little clownfish breeding tanks, and they'll all be hooked up on one big system with the protein skimmer, and the sponges are cheap. They're
Biggest
good.
part to remember
The
is you
worst
never
thing
add
about
salt.
salt water. The sucky thing with salt water and air is as the bubbles rise and they pop, it spritzes salt water out, and that will create salt creep. And it's like little salt crystals on surfaces and stuff. And that can damage
Yeah,
your house.
so AGZ was just asking about that. Interesting. She was saying, what do you do? Let's see. Aqua Garden Zen said, what do you do with salt creep? It's a pain. Do you put wipe it, or do you put it back in the tank?
You wipe
Yeah.
it down. Do
Do you
not
wipe
put
it and
it back.
toss it, or put it back in?
Yeah, don't put it back in the tank. I just throw it away because you don't know what like dust and stuff could have dripped onto that or whatever. So once it's out of the tank, it doesn't need to go
Well,
back
another
in.
thing,
Over time, if you're pulling salt creep off of your tank and you're not putting any more salt water in, you should check your salinity, especially if it's a smaller tank. Because as the salt leaves, the salinity will drop.
for the most part, I think it's just adding the RODI water and making sure everything's good into the salt water that you already have. But yeah, you do have to keep a constant tack on where your salinity's at.
Yeah. And refractometers are so simple. They only take like a minute to, not even a minute to get everything sighted up and look down. So I check that like once a week. And if you can do that,
See,
check
if I do
salinity
my
once a
salt
week.
tank, go ahead, Ian. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
Nah. If you can do the salinity once a week, you'll be fine. And if you notice it starts to like get really out of whack, then test some other stuff. If you're trying to keep it simple.
And you have a white light, or
The only thing
you're
I've
not
ever
only doing blue light. Sorry.
Yeah, the softy tank mainly runs white light for 10 hours, and then for 2 hours, 1 hour in the beginning and 1 hour at the end, it runs blues just for some color poppage.
Cool.
But yeah, I really do like the white lights.
Yeah, I couldn't do straight blue all the time.
Some corals don't want, because especially deep water corals, it's all blue down there. So you got to be careful with what corals you are picking up.
I don't know. The only saltwater fish I've ever really wanted, and I don't know why I want it, is a lionfish. I've always been intrigued by having one. Maybe it has something to do with Deuce Bigelow. I don't know.
They look
Star Trek.
super cool. That is a very unique looking fish.
I don't know, but that's what I've always wanted. But I know if I ever got a saltwater
I
tank,
love
I'd
those
have to test it
clownfish,
out.
man, especially with all these new color morphs. Yeah.
I don't even know what I'd be able to fit in my 50. The saltwater hobby is such a different side of things with how many fish you can hold and what you can put in there, and there's so much more aggression with saltwater fish.
Yeah.
I guess that's another thing is like saltwater fish in their environment have a ton of space typically. I guess, you got shallow tidal species and things, but freshwater fish are most adapted. A lot of them, at least the types I keep, to be in smaller bodies of water. I don't know, is there like the whole nano movement in the saltwater world as well?
Yeah, there is. So there are a lot of nanofish that you can farm, and a lot of them are captive bred too. So if there's a chance you can find a source for captive bred, do it. Because in the long run, it'll help. Because a lot of these nano reef fish depend on living in the reef, and the reef depend on a lot of those little fish. And if all these little fish keep getting taken, we're not going to have any more reefs.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
But nanofish are
And
definitely
then we're
the
also
movie.
losing reefs in the wild.
Yeah, we are. Like Florida.
Aqua
Florida,
Garden.
they have
Yeah, that would
the
make it a lot less.
tissue disease.
Ooh.
And most of the Florida native corals are living in labs right now.
Ian, Aqua Gardens, and would like to know what
Yeah,
type of
dude, I
wells you
just
use.
learned about.
I use Nicrew Marine LED. It was like $40, I think, on Amazon. The 18-inch one
Ooh.
for a 10-gallon. And for my water box, it came with the AI Prime, which is also an
Did we
LED.
just lose Adele?
I think we did.
That's a. I was just gonna touch back on that Florida reef topic you were just talking about. I learned about that recently, and that hearing that like basically a lot of these reef species are doomed completely to the point where they just have to be taken out, and hopefully they can be reintroduced one day.
Yep. And
It's like it's
Hey,
too
George,
late for them.
welcome.
the science and the progress they're able to make is getting really good. Like they are producing a ton of baby corals, like actual sexual reproduced stony corals, not just frags, to hopefully have the genetics of not having that stony tissue coral disease to reintroduce into the reefs, which I think the future is
Hey,
bright,
Glenn.
but with how it already is, who knows what'll happen.
Can y'all run it without me for a few, like 2 minutes? Because I'm going to go get something to drink.
Sure.
Right.
I'm trying to find this video. That dude, Coralfish 12G, had a really cool aquarium tour, and they were interviewing the people who were running that program at that aquarium.
Have you watched Polo Reef?
For a few minutes.
No.
So they've done a couple of videos on the Florida Reef Project, and also Worldwide Corals YouTube channel. They have a new video that just came out. It's like half an hour long on the Florida Reef Project. So if you want to check those out, I can drop a link. If
Yeah,
you
drop
want.
a link. I would definitely
I don't think I'm a
like to
mod.
check
Though.
that out. Really? Of course, that happens right as Dusty leaves.
Yep.
That's funny. Just don't forget, they'll be back.
Yeah, Florida has, it really amazes me the biodiversity they have. And it just really saddens me the amount of loss they're having right now. And just the invasion of invasives.
Yeah. Right, and all these like weird seaweed things and climate change affecting the parameters of the water.
Yep.
Yeah, it's sad when you hear something. They're just, and maybe I misunderstood it, but it sounded like these corals at this point, it was like too late for them, and they really don't stand a chance. And that's why they're like exporting massive amounts, like literally every piece they could collect, from what I understood.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me? Ian, type
Hello?
something in chat.
Yep.
Oh, I should type something in chat. Yep. Let me grab my other phone. So I don't have to leave.
I just need something to connect you to make you a mod.
Should be up.
There you go. Now I will be right back.
Thanks, Dusty.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice. There you go. Nice, Adele. Thanks for sharing that. That's been fun. I've been watching that. I think that's the stream that you put me onto that on one of your posts. But it's cool. The other night I was watching them looking all the shrimp down on those hydrothermal vents. They're crazy looking shrimp. Yep, Schmidt Ocean Institute. Oh, 500th dive on the ROV, the road. I was pretty surprised they were taking like water. They were taking like temperature measurements there right by the vent, and it was like I don't even remember the temperature. It was not very high, but of course it's mixing in with the water from around it. Have a good night, Belinda.
All right, that should be both of them. Those are both really good ones that I liked. And Polo Reef, if you don't know who he has like a 17,000 gallon reef in his living room. And it's just full of the most rare reef fish you'll never see in an aquarium again. Just really nice. But yeah, he does a lot for the hobby and funding
Whoa.
for.
Cool. Thanks for sharing that. That's awesome.
Yeah. I like sharing cool
So
videos
is he
like that.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest things. Like we've all seen so much, we can put each other on to even more.
Yeah, and there's so many cool like biotope.
I've just avoided all things saltwater besides like looking at cool tanks.
See, when I started the fish keeping hobby, I've always watched like some of the big saltwater YouTubers before I like officially started researching. I just watched them for entertainment. And then I started working at a saltwater store and started actually researching shit.
Yeah, and then just being able to be around it that much to start learning so much more. Seems expensive though. I guess what you're saying is it really doesn't have to be expensive, and it doesn't have to be that difficult depending on what you decide to keep in there.
Yeah. Like if you want good equipment that's gonna last you, it's gonna be expensive. But if you can pick it up secondhand and it's been used for like a year and it's a name brand product and you can get it for like half to quarter price than retail, pick that shit up, man, because that's gonna be a good little pump that will last you a very long time if it's like any of the name brand stuff, Ecotech, Aqua Illumination. Uh, yeah, those are the big name ones in America right now. But if you get those
Now you
Chinese
got me
ones,
thinking.
they're not going to last you more than like a year before they start slowing down in their magnetism.
And that, yeah, it must be a lot more. I mean, just all that salt, a lot more wear and tear on all your equipment.
Mm-hmm. But in picking up like used
But now you
tanks,
got me
there's
thinking, like,
people.
dude,
Yeah, a 10 gallon is really like I'd say the smallest I would go for a beginner.
exactly, or like a 20 tall sponge filter, and then put like the deli cup lid on the tubes, maybe to break up that, or at least direct the bubbles somewhere else.
Why not just you could also use like a power head on the sponge filter, like an aquarium co-op power head on
Oh,
co-op sponge filter.
I love that mod. I have not tried that yet, but I have seen that. That looks cool. And then I heard people talking like stacking 2 sponge filters and putting a power head on the top.
Yeah, I've seen them do that too. I've seen them just stack 2 of them and drop an airline in it.
Yeah, I love all those little modifications. I've been recently getting into aquarium adventures. That guy is super cool. Hello.
Oh, that sucks it out.
Oh, Aqua Garden Zen, Rick, how is that little dotty back doing? He got a little dotty back for his 20-gallon that he rescued. It had his tail bitten off, and it's super cute. But I want to make sure it's getting not infected for him.
Treat it with salt. Just kidding. Oh, nice. It's healed up.
Good. Hopefully it'll grow back. Maybe. I got a closer look at the little bit that I could see. It looks pretty close to the bone, so I don't know.
That's not good, Craig. And Aqua Guard said its tail is healed up.
Ian, what's your favorite blenny?
The tail spot blenny. Or any blenny from the Incisus genus. So that'll be like your bicolor blenny or...
They are. I'm just getting onto them. I saw one at like Petco. It was purple and yellow with like just looked like a single feather coming up out of the middle of his head. It might have been 2. Oh, maybe it was this guy. They are hilarious, man. Their little Grinch faces. Bicolor? Maybe. Probably. Yep, that's the dude.
Glenodiai?
Also the Midas
is bicolor.
Yep.
Midas.
The Midas are very cool, but they get a little big. They get like 6 inches. Which is on the bigger side for some fish.
So
yeah, they're really cool.
That's such a funny. I love the. Yeah, it's like Gobi-esque.
Yep.
But a little more character.
Look at the Smiths.
Good night, Aqua Garden Zen.
Really pretty.
Which blenny, Dusty?
Night, Aqua. It's the Smith's plenty. Makes it really pretty.
Oh yeah, it almost looks like a little cichlid.
I can't help it. I'm a cichlid guy.
Yup. Yeah, I would love to have a saltwater tank with like 2 clownfish and a blenny. Oh, definitely one of those candy cane shrimp too.
Yeah.
I did fall in love with the red clownfish. They are kind of pretty.
the maroons.
Yeah, maroons, yeah.
Those are cool. I didn't realize it got so big though. We had one at the shop I worked at in a 180, and the thing was like the size of my hand, big female, and she slathered eggs all over the back glass every 2 weeks, like clockwork.
Were you able to hatch them out?
No,
Or you just have a
too much.
one?
It's too much work. There was a male too, but the males are smaller. The females just get huge.
Is that just like any other fry, like brine shrimp kind of deal? Or maybe, I guess you don't, it's hard to pull them and have like a separate small saltwater fry tank.
No, they're much smaller than baby brine shrimp. You need like
Wow.
rotifers and infusoria and like live foods to feed the live foods. It's really crazy how much smaller they are than freshwater fish. And once they get on the baby brine shrimp size, for most fish, they're usually pretty at that point of aquarium adjusted and will be good. But when they're really small like that, they're really sensitive. So it's difficult.
Yeah, that's tiny.
I was going. It's practically impossible.
I don't know if you're able to
adult.
find any research papers, but if you can find like macro footage of a brand new clownfish larvae with this on scale next to it, they're really, really tiny.
Now, is that one that if you could feed, would you be able to raise that in the tank with the parents? Would they protect them?
I'm not sure. I think they might for a little bit
All my experience.
because they're very
I
cichlid-like,
was gonna say my.
but they're not a cichlid. They're very far, far evolved from that. Their cichlids are evolved from damsels, actually. And clownfish are part of the damsel family. Yeah, so if you look at a cichlid and you look at a damsel, I mean, they look very similar. With the spiny fins, the jaw shape, the body shape.
Definitely. Dude, who is this guy? I just keep getting back in here. Block him. Easy enough.
You need me to boot him?
I think he's booted. I don't even know what he's saying. Debs has been on top of it. Super mod.
Yep.
Boost cats.
Boost cats. Boost is such a cool plant. I hate finding wild caught being sold here in America. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's such a slow grower. And I mean, it is beautiful though.
What
It's
is
like such a cool scale. Bucephalandra?
I don't understand.
Bucephalandra, you know the boost craze yet, Dusty? I know you're just getting the plants. It's like a small epiphyte. It's narrow leafed. Typically, there's all different varieties. It just, in my experience, the ones that I have, they're all so tiny.
Yeah, it's a small epiphyte that only grows in Borneo and I think places of New Guinea, somewhere in that area.
Okay.
But it's like really, really slow growing, and it grows in the streams on boulders where sometimes it's completely underwater for part of the year, and sometimes it's just barely a little trickle down the year, and the leaves are exposed to the surface. But it's a really cool plant, and they just rip it up in the mats to sell it. But there are companies trying to
So, Jeff, are
aquaculture
you
it.
telling me? Or-
Could be saying anything, yeah.
Okay. I guess I just didn't understand the give jacket, please. Oh,
Oh, I see. I think maybe that's Boots Cat's cat typing. Boots Cats? I don't know. Maybe it's a whole new person. I don't even know.
I believe that is Lee.
I don't know.
If I had a
Is that
hunch,
Lee? Okay.
it might be Lee. If I had a hunch.
Came up quick.
June says he does have a chance.
Joined today.
Oh, I pressed the wrong one.
Yeah, the boost is amazing though.
Or I'll block him from the channel.
It's Lee. The boost, yeah, boost is incredible. I like it's such a flex of a plant too. Like you come through with a thick patch of boost, and it's like dang. But also in the nano tanks, the scale is just perfect.
Yep. I managed to pick up some Skeleton King boost last year. I'm growing that out slowly but surely. No CO2. I'm seeing what it'll do.
Yeah,
So far,
actually, you got it just purely submerged, huh?
Yep. In low KH water, low GH.
I might be able to show a boost plant. I got a cluster. Maybe you'll be able to identify it too. I forget what it's called. Yeah. It's like broad-leaved and a little purpley.
Man, boost names are like almost as bad as coral names. Okay. It's whatever you want to call it. It's boost. It's pretty.
Boost super red.
Yeah, it could just be red boost. It could just be wavy green, but wavy green's pretty distinguishable. But I don't get too chopped up about the crazy names.
Yeah. So I got it back there, super glued onto this rock. And with my Xenotoka,
Deadrii?
Yeah, basically. Doadroi. One of them. I just didn't say it with enough. Yeah.
Those are cool, man.
These guys are pretty fun.
I have a colony of those.
They're fun. I gotta be honest though. I like the tequilas. But this guy is spunky. He's the first male I got, and then did a trade and got some more. And the new male was an absolute jerk, so I traded him back out.
Nah.
Oh, shoot.
One of the ways I got. Ooh, drink.
Okay, I have this plant.
Oh yeah.
I have this one, and it says it's Buse too. So yeah, I have some of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty common plant.
Definitely expensive, at least wherever I find it.
Yeah, it is expensive, but that's
In
just because it
stock,
grows so slow.
$5.99.
Yeah, that's still not too bad, but you have to be very. I'm very peculiar of who I buy Bucephalandra from. It's either gotta be a hobbyist or a confirmed actual farm that's aquaculturing it, like tissue culture or in potted
My
form.
friend lives 4 hours. And
But
then they do clippings of all their plants, and I get all the clips.
nice.
So I got my boost. That boost is from an auction, and I got the small cluster for 20. It was that medium cluster for $20. But they had some clumps in there, man, and those rich old guys, I couldn't keep up with that bidding. But they left with some fat bags of boost.
Yep. Yep.
I actually got the tissue culture, my 10-gallon. It's on like a screen. I got that from Petco, and they had some plants marked down at 50% off because they were not looking great. And I just picked a culture that had like a couple dead leaves and showed it to the person working in the fish department, and they're like, "Sure, yeah, here, 50% off." Sweet.
Not bad.
But I don't know where Petco's getting their boost from.
They get it from their company, Imagitarium. Makes them. They make those like. I don't know who they're like distributing it from. I don't believe they're actually making them. They probably just have a distributor that they get it through and then slap their badge on it. But
yeah, I hope it's sustainably, ethically harvested.
Sometimes they can be a hit or miss.
Yeah, and I had luck even buying the plants out of the tubes with the gel at the bottom. At least Anubias, it didn't even it was just good to go. You know, it didn't melt back or anything.
Yep. I've got a couple of Anubias and Java ferns. I tried a mangrove that didn't last long.
Yeah. I bought my mangroves on the internet from like eBay or something. They sent me 6 of them, and 3 of them are still alive and 3 of them are not. I don't know why.
Hey.
It might just be the light, the ambient light.
Yeah, they like to be blasted.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I really want to get
that's it. Dude, it was like $30 for like 6 of them. They come on eBay and Amazon, and they're shipping out from like farms down in Florida.
Yep.
Yeah, and they did great for me.
You got them in freshwater?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll show you. Let's go take a look. But yeah, I've also heard people saying they can't go in freshwater. When you see these guys and the amount of light they get, it's got to be just ambient light from the tank next to them that they're getting.
Oh yeah, they're looking all right. Little wilty.
Yeah.
They definitely need some light.
Yeah. Yeah. Still growing new leaves. I gotta just have like a light above my light.
Yep.
But yeah, still nice.
That's what they do. That's legit what they have to do. Like if you see those lagoon reef tanks or they have mangroves, they have like their main light covering the corals, and then they have a light above their mangrove, growing the mangrove,
Huh.
and they have to keep rising up the light for the mangrove as the mangrove grows, because it's a tree. It's just gonna keep growing. You're growing a tree in your house.
Yeah.
But they can bush out pretty
Yeah,
easy.
I love this.
You can train them pretty easy to just be a little bush.
Yeah, but kind of trimming them back would be fun. Yeah, I should get a light up above
Whose
this
cat says I
one of
I
these
put an
days.
order of used plants or from useplant.com today. Didn't get use though.
What did they give you? Oh, from the got a different plant from whose plant? So
Whose
Ian, when
plant?
I was I took this clipping off the big cluster of goose, and I just had it sitting up in this betta log floating, and it was the perfect acclimation. And it started growing really fast, and then the fish knocked it out, and now it's just down here again.
Yeah, I really want to do like a exposed boost setup where I can get some flowers and hopefully like cross pollinate and make some weird hybrids.
That would be sweet. That will get you some hat points for sure.
I don't know, man. They don't seem to take hybrids, at least cichlids, but you know.
Darn. Ours
they
does
don't-
not. Our club.
It's very weird, and I don't like it. Like hybrid cichlids, like polar blue parrots, right? You can't make hat points on those. But your tiger endler, you can get a hat point for. You know,
That's
it
pretty
just makes
hypocritical.
no sense to me. Or a bright orange swordtail, I got a hat point for. Orange swordtails are not pure swordtails. They're mixed with platies to get that color.
But
Yeah, who designed that?
as a
And do they
I don't
still
know,
vote?
but
maybe we need to change it.
I couldn't bring my polar blue parrot cichlids in, and I let them know. I was like, really? Watch me bring in a bright orange swordtail. So yeah, it can be a little funky sometimes. A little bit.
Yeah, our club, we do not have a hat program, and our bat program is all right. I haven't gotten into it yet. Right now, I just want to. I've been stuck up on like, how am I supposed to prove to you that I've made all of these neocaradinas, and I can't capture them all. I guess I just got to go in and dig them out one by one, take a picture, and then put them all back in again. You know.
Well, what we do, we have a completely separate program for invertebrates. It's called the Invertebrates Awards Program, or IAP. And you bring in 5 or 6 shrimp to the auction, and you write down with the paperwork that you do, same as your BAP or your HAP, you know, how you're keeping them, stuff like that. You know, the regular stuff. I hope your club's doing that, because it's good to keep record of.
Yeah, our club is basically you need to provide proof of 10 fry and then proof of them surviving into adulthood. And it's got to be 10 of anything.
10? That is crazy. Who wants 10 fish?
Exactly. No, the cool thing is we don't actually have to bring. We don't. That's what I do like is we don't have to offer them up for sale or up at auction.
Okay.
A photo is enough, but yeah. Right, but 10, I mean, I just got my G'day, my first tequila's growing out, and I got 5 of them, so it'll be a little while before I get that one.
Craig,
Ooh, tequilas are so
yeah, Craig, you're already.
Oh, I love the tequilas, man. Let's take a tequila tour. And Boots and Cats, those are some awesome plants. I love those plants. Dorsages.
Craig, you were asking
Look
for
at
a mod.
this
You already are one.
guy. Look at these coolies knocking the Lumias. They don't even care. They're like, chill.
So, are your coolie loaches breeding yet?
Not that I know of. Basically, I'm just going with throw as many in, and I got my rock piles and plants everywhere. I've had some of them for a while. The other thing is with these betta grow outs in here, I'm sure they could hide, but it's not going to be easy. I don't know. They probably come out pretty tiny. Have you had them spawn for you before?
I haven't had them spawn, but I've seen videos of them. Yeah, they're like little tiny little worms when they're born.
I imagine every fish in there would want to eat them up.
Yep. Yeah, breeding projects are hard when you want to do it in a community tank. And that's my problem.
Yep. Same, dude. I'm like, I want, I want every kind of species, and I don't want to have every tank for 'em. There's one of the tequila fries right there.
See, and
Yeah,
that's
like
my
I've
problem
got
with
my
my cherry
G'day.
barbs and my tips and my bleeding hearts. I've got them all in the same tank, so they're eating each other's babies or fry or eggs or whatever.
Yeah. I've got Ginga rubra endlers in a 10-gallon by themselves. Just a small group of them that I got from the club for like $5. Crazy. Crazy. The auctions around here are kind of nuts. I got 2 Melanitania trifasciata goiter river rainbows for $6.
Dang.
By the way, did any of y'all know that bleeding hearts
Everybody around
eat
the
meat?
I was like, how is nobody picking up these beautiful rainbows? These are like
Oh,
$30
dude, in my
at the
club, they would
store.
be gone.
Yeah, so those definitely went home with me.
Now, did you add on to them, or you got them in school with a bunch of other rainbows or something?
I've got them with my Glossolepis wanamensis, the emerald rainbow. And they're growing out together. And eventually, once they get to a good 2-inch size, I'll put them in with my bows, and they'll just all be happy together. I need to get my cichlids out, though. I'm kind of just want to chill with my rainbow fish and get some plants in there. I haven't had plants in my 55 in like 2 years. I want some plants.
Look at this little couple. These tequilas are so cute. They were just sleeping together.
I love tequilas. I had some of those too, but I killed them. Stupid Aquaclear stopped on me, and I didn't realize how long. It was like maybe a week, maybe. I don't know. But I kicked the fucking filter on, and it just spewed all this black shit into the tank. And I was like, oh, it'll be fine. And like come back a couple hours later and like everything's gone.
Whoa,
It was a bad day.
That's so sad, man. These guys have so much personality. They come up, like, anytime I come in the room, they come up and just stare at me. And they're spunky as all get out.
Have you seen the male in his like pure black breeding dress?
Not yet. I wonder if it'll be when they get older. Like, I got these guys a little early from Greg's Sage. Look at him.
Oh yeah, he's getting to size. Like he's mature enough. He should be. Maybe does he have any other males in there with him?
Yep, this guy, who's actually darker but smaller, and he doesn't get it in. I don't think. I don't know. He's sneaky, maybe.
Did you know that the Gilead fry come out with a little umbilical cord?
Yeah, I got a short of the Trophatania. I was so stoked to be able to see it.
Yeah, they're like really,
Yeah.
really small. But the fry come out huge.
Yeah, my first batch were way smaller than I was expecting, and my female was plump. And then one day I came in here and she was skinny as anything, and I had pulled the males and left her alone in here, and I was digging, and I'm like, man, she ate them, they're gone, I don't know. And then finally I started seeing them in the moss. They were, this first batch at least, were teeny. I guess a little bigger than a newborn guppy, maybe double the size.
Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. BRB.
Fun.
Hey, Moose, check out the
Yeah.
private chat.
Okay.
I tell you what, it's a really fun night though. It's been a good night.
Yeah, it's been a fun one. I think, yeah, the last one's fun and this one was fun. We got some really cool crew coming in here. It was nice to see some new faces this week too.
I think. Yeah, I thank everybody for showing up. Y'all were impressive with how many people showed up tonight and how long y'all stuck around. Everybody is awesome.
Yeah, and it really makes for such a better show too, to have all these new questions and people chipping in, and everyone here knows so much too. It's like we're having a great conversation.
Wealth of knowledge in a little stream.
Yeah.
I don't want to hang up the stream and be like, Adkins come back and be like, what happened?
Yeah, we gotta let him get back from the bath so we can say goodnight. Always fun, man. Always a pleasure going on past our time. It's hard not to.
Yeah. Well, I was making a joke. I said, we need to change it from 10 to midnight to 10 to question mark.
Yeah, definitely 10 to question mark, depending on the vibe.
Yeah. But we're only every Saturday, so that should be fine. Hopefully we're not cutting into anybody else's stream, but you know what? Can't really help it.
Right, and people are free-minded. They can go between streams, pick what they like, or check into all of them, or have a couple tabs.
Yeah, I've gone to 3 streams at once. I use my computer for one stream, my phone for another, and then I'll use my tablet for another. So
Yeah, and you can like mute the one that's not as interesting auditorily, and then just read the
Right.
hang out in the chat. Yeah. Auditorily.
well, you know, yeah, I get what you're saying. She's
That's
angry.
the alarm. Time for bed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, here it is 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, man, these Saturdays, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully I can get my schedule right. I don't know, I kind of like it. It's fun staying up, hanging out with the fish homies.
Oh, it's awesome. I love it. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just when happy wife, happy life, you know.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, last week, I stayed up on a lot of the later streams, and it definitely affected my sleep schedule.
The cat just turned on his camera.
Really?
Yes. Oh dear Lord. Should I kick him out before you see something he don't want anybody seeing?
Oh,
that?
no,
I mean,
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh.
He's in the...
I was
Had to give the old kitty send off.
the cat turned on his camera. I was
Nefarious kittens.
right. Hey, I want to
That's
thank
funny.
you, Atkins, for coming up. It was great tonight. You are a very knowledgeable person. It was great learning from you, and everybody in chat. Y'all are absolutely fantastic. Nothing better than y'all. And I just thank y'all for all showing up tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
love being able to chat with you guys. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, that was a ball, Ian. It was really cool seeing your saltwater stuff and getting to let everybody ask these saltwater questions to someone who knows something about it. That was a ton of fun. And the chat, you guys are all awesome too. I mean, you make it worthwhile. I mean, we probably still have fun all just talking to each other, but it makes it three-dimensional. And everybody, all these experiences, such good vibes. I love it.
But I
With
guess
that,
this is
I'm outta here. This phone is about to die.
Take care.
Love
Good
y'all.
night, Ian. Love you.
I like you a lot.
Thanks. Love you. Thanks.
Y'all all have a good night. Make sure y'all take care. Should we wave goodbye, Moose?
Yeah. Oh wait, that cam's offline.
Look, come on now, Moose.
Good night. Sleep time.